right down to the fourth flush, which comes right down in price. So then Korean breakfast. So I worked with 12 Korean farmers to develop Korean breakfast, a form of dokcha. So there are people here, thank you darling, which this is the luar guampiang, darling, which this is the luar guampiang, yes? Okay, so you're about to try the luar guampiang. Yeah, apple tea. And because of that, the farmers knew. Yeah, so we cupped, and the reason we cupped the teas there was because Nepal, and you know, and also purple tea. I believe there's so much potential in purple tea. You have to lose the astringency. That's the problem it's got at the moment. I don't know why that is happening, because you know, we sell a lot of purple tea actually, because people want to try it, but do they want to buy it a second time? So it needs work. We need to find out why is that happening with this, the very astringent note. We did try a couple of good ones yesterday, so maybe people need to share ideas and see what they can do with it. And work with Kenyan coffee. This is our Kenyan breakfast, and we actually sell a lot of this. We've taken single origin Kenyan teas, created a Kenyan breakfast. Not an English breakfast, a Kenyan breakfast. So why can't hotels in Kenya sell Kenyan breakfast? Why do they have to sell English breakfast? So we need to make change. It's very important. And that's our whole range of breakfast teas. We've created them for Indonesia, for Korea. So we've put a lot of single origin teas into creating one type of breakfast tea. The other thing is people don't know how are they going to buy your tea. So we need to, it's very hard to find African specialty tea producers. And I know Boaz is working on that, and I know I've heard that there is things happening in the marketplace. But we need microblogs of tea producers, maps of the locations of the farms, unique names for the tea. I cannot stress enough unique names and descriptors. What does the liquor taste like? You know, and then connect specialty tea buyers with coffee buyers. So market strategies for African teas. Study what other countries are doing tea. I'm hoping that by me bringing you and showing you these teas today helps. Have a dedicated website for specialty tea. Promote African teas, like, you know, next year maybe there's an opportunity to go to World Tea Expo. Then be willing to sell in smaller quantities. It doesn't need fancy packaging. It needs a good Ziploc bag with the label on it, with the story and the time it was processed, and then relaunch the whole Kenyan purple tea. Kenyan tea, the purple tea, and it needs to be Kenyan purple tea. Like the gentleman said before, Vietnam's producing purple tea, Indonesia's producing purple tea, China's now trying to produce purple tea, Darjeeling is producing a purple tea, but it needs to be Kenyan purple tea. Why does it need to be Kenyan purple tea? Because Kenyan purple tea is the best, and we need to tell people that. We need to get the flavour right, and then we need to tell, buy Kenyan purple tea, okay? And then, what do you need to make it on the world stage? You need patience, education, which I'm hoping is helping today, quality and innovation, reliability, a lot of stories behind the tea, and just perseverance. So, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed my presentation.
I just picked one thing from the presentation. Kenya purple tea is the best. Okay. So that's from the MC's understanding, but I hope you understood what she was saying. Audio translation. No translation. Okay. Let's just officially go into a session of feedback, so that before we go into the next session, I think you can give it a few minutes of feedback. Where's Alex? Alex? This is where you become useful, brother. Thank Thank you. So you can put up your hand. The first hand was here, and then we go to the second, third, and fourth, and fifth, and that's it.
Thank you for your presentation. It was nice. I didn't get the alternative word for chemical withering.
Okay, solar withering. Solar withering. Solar, S-O-L-A-R. Don't use the word chemical withering. Solar. It's using the sun. Yeah. It's much better. People don't think you're throwing chemicals on your teeth. Yeah. Okay. Next question.
Well, thank you very much, Madam, for your presentation. It actually opened our minds.
Really?
Oh, sometimes we should close the minds, but now we are open.
Oh, thank you.
What I didn't know was really gross. Now, on the next one, if I have a question, you had the T and the F, my favorite, but I saw a specialty is 206,000 feet above sea level.
What is, sorry?
The T in Nepal.
Yes.
It's growing at what altitude above?
About 7, actually the highest is about 7,200
feet. Oh, you put over as that, it's being grown about 20,000 feet above sea level.
No. This is where, so 7,200 feet, and that's why you get a very light liquor. Obviously, with the terroir, the higher the altitude, the more the tea is lighter in flavour.
Ours we are growing far much above that.
Yes. Well, okay, that's good.
I have two questions, but they're related. What would you say are the profiles in the US market? What are they looking for in specialty? Also, when you say small quantities, do you mean to wholesalers or to end users?
No, I think try end users. This is where you get a higher price for your tea. You know, the average on some of these teas here on the table, you know, will be a minimum of $50 a kilo, minimum. So, you know, you need to, the end user is going to pay you the most money, so be willing to ship it in small quantities. I mean, you had someone here from DHL yesterday. You charge the customer the freight. You're not paying the freight. And secondly, you don't want to ever send samples for free. You have to label that tea. That has to go on the cost. You can't just have the cost of the tea. So I would say a good one to start with, say minimum 500 grams. Or if you want to do minimum kilo. But a kilo is a lot because if people, sorry?
50 grams.
50 grams.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, 50 grams, he says 50. But the thing is, what you've got to remember, if people are going to buy a range of specialty teas, say they want some from Uganda, they want some from Kenya, they want some from Rwanda, they want some from Malawi. They can't go and buy 1 kilo from each of those. It's too much. So we have to enter the market slowly in smaller quantities. It's very important. Because that's why I said have patience. Because that small customer could turn into a big customer. Okay? All right, thank you.
I know there are so many questions, but I'll request to end it here. Thank you. Let's give another big round of
Banadine tea, African specialty tea, and its potential for Europe and the globe. Probably some of the questions you want to ask could be answered in this presentation. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Just a black has just been served here.
Never just a black.
The black, okay, I didn't see that.
Okay, that is a classic example. It was just a black. That happens to be a very expensive black tea from Nepal. It's Himalayan Shangri-La Gold. Okay, that's the name. Boaz.
Can I have a cup? Jambu, everyone. Jambu. First of all, yeah, thank you for that inspiring. Even I got excited looking at all the teas all in one space, and I hope you did too. We're here, and I'm so happy to be here in the beautiful Nandi Hills, meeting you all at this first African Tea Expo because this is a place where we learn and we share from each other. And that is the beauty of us congregating. You know, especially during COVID, it was the saddest time because for us when we were in lockdown, everything was on screen. And as tea people, meeting each other, shaking hands, making cups of tea with each other, this is what I miss. And I'm just so happy to be here. I wish everybody could see what Nandi has to offer, Nandi Hills have to offer. But today, I want to show you something that I think might be different. I can't wait to hear your thoughts after this. But what I want to do is share some insights into my world. Because yesterday when we were tasting some of your teas, Sharon is absolutely right, they are wonderful. And I would love to see more of them experienced on Europe's table. So today my talk will be about how your tea leaf can elevate culinary experiences in Europe, okay? So there's no numbers, there's no charts, I'm not going to show you any of it. I'm just going to show you what your customer is sipping, how they're thinking, and because only understanding who you are making tea for, can you make the best tea and get the best prices, okay? Yes. Okay. Oh my God, I'm live. Okay. No pressure. UK for 25 years, and I was raised Chinese. So tea is very much part of my blood and my well, because tea captures everything that I believe in, which is culture, food, travel, and art. If you think about it, every culture drinks tea, just different types. And if you know how a certain culture drinks tea, you can make better connections with them. For instance, if any one of you would come to my house now, I will make you a cup of black tea with milk and sugar if you want to, because that's how you drink it, and that's how I want you to feel welcome at home. Okay, but food. Now, I am a great foodie, I'm a home cook, and I also talk a lot about pairing teas with food. I know yesterday, it was mentioned that you should never sip tea with food. I think very, very differently, and I want to show you what the other side of the world is experiencing. It may seem like a very strange concept, but has any one of you had a biscuit with tea? Yes? Yeah? That's tea pairing. Okay, so I'll get into that a little bit more. But one of the best things about tea as well is that it is so good for you. Now, as a Chinese, I was, well, I'm not Chinese, I'm Singaporean, but having grown Chinese, from the Chinese heritage, I can tell you that we have a great understanding that tea is man's oldest medicine. It is very good for you, it's so good for your brain, it's so good for reducing anxiety, and it has many, many more nutritional properties as well. So, all round, it's very good. Flavor exploration, as we have seen just from today's presentation and the teas that you make, there are so many to choose from with different flavor profiles and different types, and that is one of the exciting things about tea. So, some years ago, I decided to make it my mission in life to change the role of tea in the culinary landscape, to change the way we see tea, to change the way we sip it. Okay, I'll tell you more about it later. And I do this from the lens of a biomedical scientist. So I moved to the UK to study biomedical science at King's College in London, and worked in several industries, marketing mostly, which is why I look at everything from a marketing perspective. But I look at tea and look at the nutritional value it has. And it has led me to found my own company, Quintessential. We are a boutique tea company based in the UK with the strapline Delicious Wellness, because tea is so good for you. And by combining the right flavor profiles, the right ingredients, you can sip something that is so beautiful. Because every time you sip something for your health, it should taste good. You should look forward to sipping it, which is why that is the basis of Quintessential. We have a large range of teas and botanicals as well. So herbal teas even with caffeine free. But everything is selected very, very carefully to fulfill a wellness mission. So some of the rare ingredients I use, I don't know if you've heard of spirulina algae, but in health food shops, you can find it as a supplement because it's a superfood, it's high in antioxidants, it's very good for your skin and overall wellness. And because I am really passionate about helping the industry adopt specialty tea, I consult for the hospitality on the luxury end of the sector. So we're talking about hotel groups, spas, and afternoon tea concepts. I'll tell you more about it later as well. But because I'm really passionate and I cannot do it alone, I can't move the needle for specialty without having really, really good people doing it with me. 5 years ago, I'm one of the founding directors of the European Speciality Tea Association, and it is a band of volunteers it's a not-for-profit organization who are not paid but all believe in a shared goal to try and make each consumer's tea taste better by training, education, and also help farmers like yourselves get better prices for their tea.
The next tea, the last tea you're serving is milk oolong.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. Milky oolong, I love it. But yes, to draw people into our world, because we know tea to be really exciting and wonderful. I also am a content creator on YouTube. You can follow me. My channel is called Bernie Sips. But I want to create and show people what everyone is doing in this industry, what exists. And I'm also here to make a documentary about tea in Kenya. And tomorrow, I hope we manage to, but Wes is organizing it for me, but follow the farmers early in the morning to go pluck tea and tell their story. So I am very, very excited about that. Okay, oops, sorry. So, these are just, oops, excuse me. These are just some of the brands that I work with. I'm very, very fortunate to work with some of the most talented people in the hospitality industry, from hotel groups to spas, all around the world actually. I consult for fashion brands even wanting to design teas for their customers. And I'm also very proud that we work and serve tea in some of the famous British heritage establishments like the Royal Palace. My teas are served and retailed there, so I'm very, very proud of that. But all of these concepts are different, but they have one thing in common. They all want to attract the modern customer and stay competitive. So what I do is I look at their businesses, I look at their goals and think, how can I help them create tea experiences that will bring in the right customer at the right price? Okay? To do that, just like yourselves, we need to understand what the consumer looks like. What are they looking for? So, some of the things I've put together. Now, these people are a value-driven set. Health and wellness are at the top of their priority, but not just for themselves, for the planet as well. They are very conscious about how things are made and whether people are treated fairly. So this is why they buy into the sustainability and ethically focused brands and product information These are the things that drive them because they want to know that they're aligning themselves and they're paying good money for things they believe in. Okay? They're also digitally connected, so they have access to the world. They understand what's happening around the world and are interested in participating in it, which makes them curious and adventurous. So they are not the kind of people that will, sip the same tea every day. They want something different. They want to try new things. They are also very culturally attuned. And this is very, very important for you to know, because how you brand yourself, how you brand your heritage is going to attract people like your customer. So it makes them discerning. They will pay for quality. They will pay for less with more money instead of less money for more. This is what you need to understand, which is what Sharon said, and I hope that is one of your biggest takeaway. Do not undersell yourself. Okay? So let's go. So now I always say people actually don't buy tea. They buy an experience. If you imagine when you book a hotel, you want to stay at a nice resort, you're not booking it because you need a room for the night to to lay your head on a pillow. You want to experience the surroundings, the comforts of the room, the amenities, how the shower feels like. That is the experience. That is what the customer is willing to pay for, not a room to stay for the night. Okay? And it's the same with tea. So, Sharon said the same thing as me, but I'm just reiterating it to package it for you again so that you think of these 5 steps when you are actually branding your tea. Specialty tea works really well to tell your story. I always say when I train chefs, sommeliers, waiters who are serving specialty tea, you need to bring the customer on an imaginary voyage right from their seats to tell them, to help them imagine what the Nandi Hills smell like, what they look like, what the landscape is like, how the climate feels. And to do this, it all starts with the name. Sharon is right. You name your tea. It sounds exciting. It brings an image into your head of the origin of the terroir, because this is something unique to you. China can't produce the same thing. Taiwan can't, the Japanese people can't, because it's unique to you. So telling your story with the right descriptors is very, very important. Describing where your tea comes from and what makes it unique, the terroir, the soil conditions, okay? You take it for granted because you think, yeah, okay, this is what I work with every day, this is what I have. But the customer doesn't see it like that. What they pay for is your story. Unique processing methods. So yesterday, I was blown away by some of the innovations that we have seen. And this is where, again, you need to make sure that that is captured when you're selling your tea. The unique, process that you've gone through, whether it's blanching the leaves before you actually processing it, or pounding the leaves, what makes it special? Making sure that you describe how much care has gone into making that tea. And then, of course, quality is key. Before the customer, and sometimes, depending obviously on the type of concept or tea experiences we create, the customer can see the leaf before it is brewed. You want to make sure that you present the best face possible. I think some of you have done a swimmingly good job, and like I said, when you look at the tea leaves, it sends shivers down your spine. You get so excited because it's so beautiful. It's almost like jewelry. This is what you need to do. Consistency is key. Having unique shapes is key. If you can find your new unique processing methods that make your tea recognizable, that is another thing that will add value to your uniqueness. Okay, but quality, quality, quality. This is what the customer is looking for because competition is fierce. Then, of course, you need to make sure that in order, because remember we said they're a values-driven set, your customer. It needs to be sustainable and ethical. You need to use these practices and make sure you capture that in your packaging as well, because that is what, if they like your product, that is the next phase. Okay, wait, hang on. Are they sustainable? Are they ethical? Are they treating their workers properly? This is what they care about, and you must make sure you capture that. Then of course, now, when I work with chefs, they want to know that the teas that I have curated for their restaurant is traceable. Making sure if you say it's from this country, you say it's from this producer, where is the proof? Okay, and sometimes this is very important for the Michelin star restaurants who are very careful what they buy in, down to every single ingredient. So having systems, traceability tools, it's absolutely paramount, because then that gives the customer reassurance that they trust in what their customers are sipping, what they're offering their customers. So I just want to show you, and by no means is this list exhaustive, but from my experience, the best markets that have adopted speciality are Canada, North America, Europe, so United Kingdom, Italy, Germany, France, Switzerland, and then obviously in the East, China, Japan, Taiwan, and of course, Australia and New Zealand. Yay! This could be, for many reasons, socio-economic positions, it could be, the acceptance of cultural or interest in cultural diversity, but the competition in hospitality in these markets are also very fierce. And I find that, these hotel groups who look for my services to actually help them create something unique, look for not only an elevated product to serve, but something that they can give their customers a different experience that is memorable. And this is why these markets have the best adoption for specialty tea, because the competition is fierce. They need to have that edge above each other. And it's, really, really exciting. It's really exciting. But it gets better. Let me show you. Okay. So, now let's just look at what the customer has at home. The luxury home experience that your customers will have even before they spend money outside, okay? So, just look at I call this is not documented anywhere, but I call this an espresso effect. When specialty coffee became popular and people wanted to have it in their own homes, an espresso machine came out with a machine to absolutely solve that problem. And it's happening for tea, guys. Imagine what the customer don't even go to their tea collection, but just the equipment that they are paying money to spend on, that they are spending on to ensure that what they're brewing is absolutely perfect, because they're going to invest in a collection of tea. So the brew machine, the Brewmaker 1, is a machine that's been developed in Switzerland, and each of these machines share the same functions, okay? They allow you flexibility to brew any tea, so it's unlike the Nespresso, it's not capsules or anything, but you can brew loose leaf tea by putting it into the chambers, setting the temperature to exactly what you need it to be, even down to the steep time and water volume. So it does everything for you, and your tea is brewed to perfection. And this is the kind of equipment they are investing in. So you can imagine, if they're willing to pay for that, how much are they willing to pay on their tea collection? And they're not just buying one tea. These people want to have a cupboard full of different types, very much like wine. They want to be excited, they want to be transported, that little moment in time when they decide, I'm going to get off my computer, I want to sit down and just have my cup of tea. Where do I want to go? Which country do I want to go? And then they reach for that tea in their collection, and they start to brew, and they start to imagine. Okay? So if they're having those type of experiences at home, Now you want to make sure that you top that. You top the kind of experiences they can have outside of home. And this is what I do with our clients. We look at how can we create different experiences for them to sit, remember, and come back, okay? So I work with chefs to infuse tea into food, and you'd be surprised how much it elevates the desirability of a dish because, you know, this lamb has been smoked with tea. Simple. It's just smoking with tea, but it's presented beautifully and it gives them an edge. Then I also work with bartenders or mixologists, whichever you want to call them, to make tea cocktails. Different types of cocktails with alcohol or non-alcohol infused with tea, because we can work with so many different types of tea from around the world with different textures, different profiles to actually make things exciting. Now I know this might be a strange concept here in Africa, please forgive me. I have not been out to experience your wonderful hospitality, so if I'm saying something you already know, please share with me. But I see this as a great potential, and there's so many more people out there in hospitality that want to learn this. What types of tea are out there? How can we get our hands on it? And what can we do with it? Okay? And then of course, there's the tea and cheese board. Now, not just cheese, but any food. Tea pairing. Again, it might seem a strange concept, but I always explain, tea has grown with the Asian cuisine, with the Eastern cuisine, for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So when you have Chinese food, you sip it with tea, and different types as well. So this concept is not new because it's very similar to how wine has grown with the Western cuisine. And it's just now taking patterns that exist in history and crossing it and making it new again for a different audience. Okay, so, again, tea, one of its greatest properties is that it has so many textures and flavor profiles, but it doesn't have alcohol. And there is a huge trend for non-alcoholic experiences in Europe, especially because people understand that alcohol is actually not very good for you, and they're trying to limit the amount of alcohol that they consume, but they still want an experience. Imagine when you go to a restaurant and the wine sommelier is telling you, this wine is from this part of the world, it comes from the hilltops, it is processed like this, and they get excited. Tea is exactly the same. You can tell that story, which is why it is so valuable and has huge demand in hospitality. I'd like to see more African specialities in that situations on that table. And then there's tea flights. So what I do with these Michelin star restaurants is people will pay a set price. And this is called tea flights. So the chefs would design, say, 5 different types of a taster menu. And wine would be paired with each of them. So you eat the food and you sip the wine. You can do the same with tea for non-alcoholic experiences. And this is huge. It's booming in Europe and other parts of the world as well. The other thing that I do is I also work with our sommeliers to design and select the vessels. So I don't see tea as a beverage, I see it as an ingredient. And with this ingredient, it requires different shapes of glasses, depending on what kind of tea it is, and whether it's brewed hot, cold, or even at room temperature. There are different ways of getting the best flavor out of your teas. You don't only have to brew it hot, and this is something the hospitality world is learning. With Sharon's sinensis, it's ready in a bottle and you can just pour, which makes it really, really great because it is easy to infuse into your menu. But for those that don't have sinensis, you can brew the tea cold, leave it in the fridge for 8 hours. So your teas, for instance, you would flush it to give it a good wash, put cold filtered water onto it, put it in the fridge for 8 hours, and after 8 hours, there's no bitterness, it's sweet, you pour it into a wine glass and you sip it. It is one of the most beautiful experiences that I wish I made. Imagine like wine, we know. Not many people have thought about that yet. Okay, so if you would bear with me, I would love to show you, because this tea pairing idea this concept might be a little bit alien. I would love to show you a short film of 2 minutes. It's a competition, or rather a trial that I did with another tea sommelier. What we did is we got 5 chefs to give us their dish of choice, and she and I looked at different teas to pair it with their food. We served it to the chef, and they gave us their opinion to see if it goes. So I'd love you to watch this so you understand what I mean. And just 1 second, let me play it. Will they be able to listen? Apologies, just tea, I'll be right.
This one you can steep maybe, this particular one maybe 5-6 times. You can, so this is why oolongs are very popular. But this is a classic oolong style, a full roll. A young girl farmer who took a small plot of land off her dad and said that she wanted to make oolong her way. Her dad was into mass production of oolong, and she said, I'm leaving this, give me a small area. What about the other teas? Did you like the Himalayan Shangri-La Gold from Nepal? Yeah. What sort of flavour did you get in that one? Honey? What about the silver needles? How did they compare to Kenyan silver needles? Quite sweet? Okay, looks like it's something enough.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay. Oh, you come here? Oh.
Just plug in.
There's a poster I've sent you which you can use during breaks.
Maybe, you can just talk.
Oh yeah, okay. C'est la vie. Okay. Well, I'll show you. Let me talk over it then. If it looks okay.
Oh, sorry guys, this is gonna be my highlight and it's gone. So I'll have to wing it. Anyway. Can you play it for me, please?
You can use it during breaks instead of just having a blind. Yeah.
Hey, you're giving the story away. Okay, so, right, sorry, okay, back in the room. Okay, so this is on my YouTube channel. If you're interested, there's a lot of, things like that, and the whole series about what worked and what didn't. Why has it stopped? Why has it stopped?
It's just not playing back there.
No, I think it's where you can displace it from the audio. As soon as the audio
experience. But there's only so much they'll be willing to pay for, because there's an idea like, well, I'm just going for a coffee, I'm going for a tea, I want something good, but this is as much as I would pay. Same for the after dinner event, even if it's in a nice restaurant. Okay, you finish your dinner, you're having your dessert, let me order a cup of tea, that has a cap as well. But here is where specialty tea sits best, in the hospitality market. Cultural tea houses, again, it's about transporting that person to somewhere else. If they go to Chinese tea houses, if they go to a Japanese tea house, they're willing to pay to sip something that is authentic and be taken to that culture. Then, of course, there's tea pairing, like I said, in high-end restaurants, Michelin-star restaurants. Again, tea can be priced so similar to wine. One glass of tea can be equivalent to the best Sauvignon Blanc. So this is where, because of the storytelling and because of the uniqueness of the product, we can achieve better prices. Then, of course, afternoon tea. Now this varies, especially in Europe, because you can get really basic afternoon tea where people only want English breakfast, and then their cakes and everything. But then there is, on the higher end, when the customer is served with a tea library, a library of different types of tea that come all over the world that they can choose. So that is where you'll be able to get the best prices for specialty tea, okay? Again, because there is time for storytelling, there's time to sell an experience, there is time to communicate craftsmanship and artistry. Okay, so let me just show you, and this is really, really a slither, right, of what's happening, this new tea culture that is evolving. Europeans want to buy into things that are culturally different. They're buying, unique vessels for tea, unique teas and paraphernalia. And we can see this in the little tea gardens that are popping up all over Europe. And make no mistake, by no means are they even close to your yield and your production capacity. But I'm showing you this because you can start to see that the brand, the European brand, is taking shape, okay? And what the tea grown in Europe Association say, taste what the European soil has to offer. The yield is very small. It consists of tea farmers that are, producing small batches. They're innovating, they're trialing new things, and they're charging quite a premium for their teas. I have been to a tea garden where, in Germany, where 1 gram of tea is €1, 1 gram per euro, because the yield is so small. But when you go on trips, that's what you pay for when you go to these European tea farms. And who knows what the future brings? But just understanding what's happening in Europe, I just put a small list of tea gardens in France, in Netherlands. Mostly these are for education now, because it takes, as we know, many, many years to be able to properly cultivate a tea. But each of them are starting to shape their story. So for instance, in Portugal, at Chá Camellia, there's this tea called Pipa Chá. And in Portugal, one of the, I suppose, unique things about the culture is they sell port, okay? And she has aged her oolongs in port casks, port pipes, so that way the oolong has absorbed some of that port wine flavor profile. It's the little innovative things that make them, yes, they're European, but they're differentiating themselves from each other as well. It's the story, and, which leads me, what is the story for Africa? I'm really, really interested in this, because from what I've seen, guys, you are doing a fantastic job, and more people need to know about your teas. I think what this African Tea Convention aims to bring is this collaboration. That as Africans you can do it together. You have your own story, you have your own types, you make yourself distinctive, but Africa has to stand together to really push speciality on the world stage. And I think you can do it. It just requires a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of thinking, and making sure that you have the right strategy to move forward. This takes time, patience. It's not going to happen overnight, but you have to do it together, because I can't wait to see what the world can sip from this beautiful land. And like I said, I know you think I'm going to sell you something here, I'm not. But I want to show you that, and hope that we can do this together, because coming here, one of my passions is to see how we can get there together by hoping that you would consider joining my movement, which is not mine, our movement, the European Speciality Tea Association. This is who we are. We started 5 years ago with a band of people that are really, really focused on getting us to where we need to be, like coffee. We organize tea championships. We help baristas get excited about tea, and train them to serve better, buy better, brew better. We exhibit in a lot of events around the world. So we have about 350 members so far from 35 countries. We deliver insights at shows and on online webinars, and I'm really grateful for any of you who have joined my monthly webinars that I deliver. I really, really love and would love to see you there, even to say hi. It's free. So if you join to get some insights, there will be way more. We're increasing the number of webinars that we hold and online workshops so that people around the world can participate. We collaborate with like-minded associations and companies. So, for instance, one of our key members is Britta. We work together to write a white paper to put together what is the best conditions for tea brewing, water conditions. That was really good. We work with universities. It's going to take a long time, but there is AI technology that they have discovered and developed to help identify tea from different origins by identifying the DNA. I'll update you on the progress. You get the right support. We hold trips to tea farms, and we can do this together with you. We help you understand how to get into the European markets. There's a lot of people in our network that have information that we can share, but we are very, very collaborative association, and we work together with others to achieve our goals. So I won't say too much about this because you're going to get to talk about it later, but we recently got together with the Sri Lankan Tea Board to help them push speciality to the fore. It's a very, very fresh partnership, so we need to understand what the key challenges are and then see how we can help. But again, working together is the only way we can do this. We also support new and innovative ideas and ways to get into market. You'll hear more about Palmyra, which is a very, very exciting platform that I think would change your access or consumers' access to specialty teas. So if there's anything you take out, I'd like you to remember these three things. The modern customer, because you can't make products without understanding who you're making them for. And then also the new tea culture. Really, really, and I know you have this in your spirit as well. I can see the determination to be there as African tea. So I can't wait to share that journey with you. And last but not least, if there is any way we can help, we'd love to be there for you. And I would love you to find a little bit more about Esther out on, you can speak to me or online at specialtyeurope.com, specialtyeurope.com. But I'm so honored to be here, and I hope what I've said today gave you some inspiration, and maybe if you want to ask me some questions, I'll be ever so happy to help. But thank you, and if you want to get to speak to me, if you don't have questions now, but later you can find me on these channels as well. But thank you so much, guys.
I give 5 minutes? 5 minutes for feedback. Same hand. One. Thank you. Only one.
Thank you for the insights.
It's a pleasure.
So I'm curious about the temperature at which the tea is served with the video that you showed us.
Yeah, absolutely. So cold brewing, sorry.
You mean the temperature in the glass just now you saw? So it's at room temperature. Room temperature, because from my understanding, tea is best, the best temperature you can experience tea is 63 degrees. That's what I understand from a tea scientist that told me that the best bouquet that you get from a well-brewed specialty is 63 degrees. So,
Fahrenheit?
sorry?
Fahrenheit?
Oh, sorry, Celsius. Celsius, yeah. What that is, I'm not sure, but in Fahrenheit. But these teas were cold brewed. So they were brewed overnight, washed first, and then after that put cold filtered water. We set it in the fridge for 8 hours. If you want to try this, if you want to try cold brewing, please do wash the leaves though first. Okay, give it a 10 to 15 second rinse. And then after that, use the leaves, put cold water. The recipe that I would recommend is 20 grams of tea per 500 mils. And actually what it does is it gives you a concentrate. Okay, the next day, after 8 hours, you get a concentrate. And then you can top up with fresh filtered water or sparkling water as well. And the ratios when you top up are about 1/3. 1/3 concentrate to 2/3 good water. Does that help?
Yes. I just have a follow-up on that. So the sediment that seems to appear when you brew tea in hot water.
Yes.
Is that because of the air? Or is that because of the chemical in the tea?
The sediments, you mean in there you saw?
I didn't see it there, which is what I was wondering. How are you able to...
We filtered it. We make sure we filtered it really, really well. So it's passed through a very fine filter to make sure that the liquor is clean. Because when you pour it in a glass, you want it to look as brilliant as possible because it's part of the sipping experience. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing the insights.
It's a pleasure.
In the video that was shared, when the gentleman was asked why he thinks that the tea he was sipping is not green tea,
yes,
he said that it's not bitter. So is green tea supposed to be bitter? That's my question.
No. You're absolutely right. Green tea should not be bitter. And the reason why he didn't experience any bitter notes is because this tea was cold brewed. Brewed in cold water. Brewing in cold water actually sweetens the tea. Because as I understand it, when you put boiling water onto a tea, right, there is a chemical process that happens, and the first things that release the smaller molecules are the tea aroma and tea flavor. That, when you put hot water, okay, infuse into the leaves first, and then after the next chemicals or substances rather, that are released in the brew is the carbohydrates. So that gives you the texture, it gives you the sweetness, and it's the medium-sized molecules, okay? The last molecules to be released are the polyphenols, which is good for you, and the caffeine molecules. Now these molecules actually give you, the polyphenols and the caffeine give you that bitter aroma and a bitter flavor. So when you cold brew, because the water isn't hot, it doesn't open the leaf channels to allow all these to just infuse in the water quickly. It's a very slow infusion which releases the smaller molecules, the tea flavor and aroma, then some of the carbohydrates to add the sweetness, but it kind of stops the bigger molecules, the polyphenols, the caffeine, the catechins, and it keeps it at bay. Which is why cold brewing tea with the right concentration will give you a very sweet liquor. You will be so surprised. And this is why when I tasted some of your teas yesterday, I might have, gotten really excited when I saw, oh my God, gardenias, lilies, because I can just see that if you brew this in this kind of environment, in a glass with fish, with a piece of steak, it's just insanely amazing. So, does that answer your question? Okay.
So first, thank you for the excellent presentation and also the concepts that you bring into how we can use tea. So in the experience that you've had here, and probably also
what you've witnessed out there in pairing and position tea with some of the higher end. Do you see any particular type of teas from our market here that would match or probably reach the kind of levels that you're looking for? Thank you.
Wow, where do we start? Like I said, it was so good yesterday. Honestly, we were blown away by the quality. Every tea can be matched. Every tea, okay? It just depends on what. Obviously, from if it's a lighter flavor profile, like wine, you don't want to overwhelm it with a very heavy flavored food. So for instance, your white tea, like a lot of you submitted those beautiful silver needles, those teas will go with very, very light foods, perhaps maybe a salad, you know, nothing to overwhelm that beautiful, delicate notes. So I would never put it with lamb, for instance. But yes, in answer to your question, the reason why I'm so excited to talk to you today is because I see this potential. I see African teas competing easily in this stage. You know, for chefs to love what you produce, but the story has to be right. There's nothing wrong with the quality. Nothing wrong. It's the story. It is making sure that you push your way through the noise, get there for people to listen, the right people to listen. So that's what I see. Does that answer your question? There's another.
I closed the question session.
Sorry. Oh.
Okay, maybe the very last one.
I'll try to be quick.
Yeah, a quick one.
Okay.
I would want to know, how do you serve tea bubbling? Like the way you serve coffee?
Yes.
With a lot of bubbles, and particularly...
Sparkling, you mean?
Yeah, with a lot of bubbles.
Sparkling tea? Okay, very easy. Like I mentioned to you, 20 grams per 500 mils of water. You get a concentrate, okay? The concentrate allows you to use it very, very flexibly. So you, in a glass, you put 1/3 of your tea concentrate, and then 2/3 of sparkling water, and you get the bubbles. You get a really, really nice flavor profile. I know this is a strange concept. Go try it. Go try it. I hope you'll be pleasantly surprised with the bubbles. You sip it, and it tastes almost like sparkling wine. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
I respect all the other presenters, but I think that was the most interesting presentation. Now I'll tell you why. There's a statement she made that is very key for me, that our customers don't just buy tea. They buy those who know tea. And those are the people you should be targeting, isn't it? The high end. Okay, and then it's not about the volumes. Quality. I think we want to thank you very much for that presentation. And then you can follow her. How many of you have subscribed already to her YouTube channel? You don't have to wait for the next conference to meet her. Those videos. I've already gone to her YouTube channel and look out for her. It was Queen Essential. Burning Sips.
Burning Sips, yeah.
That's Burning, B-U-B-E-R-N-I-E-S-I-P-S.
Say that again. Burning Sips. B-E-R-N-I-E-S.
Thank you. We would like to take a short break, but as you go, okay, there's an announcement.
I would wish to give directions on how we'll do this. We'll go per line so that we don't all crowd here. Kindly do not touch the teas. Use your eyes to observe. We'll try and take a video and it will keep on running, but just use your eyes to observe. And Shadin will also explain about the teas. But please, let's be honorable. There's a request, you don't touch the teas. Don't touch the teas. Even if you are tempted to see what it's all about. Are we agreed? Yes. So then, we'll start with this line. So it will be a complete line.
Okay. Now just one thing we talked about that Bernie said about cold brew. One of the things with green tea, and so the person said it's bitter. The only reason green tea is bitter is it is not brewed properly. Okay, when you're brewing green tea, you need to drop the water temperature down to around 85, 90 degrees. You don't use boiling water because the tea, green tea is always bitter. Green tea isn't always bitter. It's bad brewing. Okay, so which I think you could do here in Kenya is taking a black tea and blending it with camellia flowers. Now you have some of the teas that I've seen here that I've showed you before, so you can actually really see what they look like in real life. If anyone wants to ask me a question quickly as we're moving through the table, please feel free to do that. I bought the Zomba pearls from Malawi here as well, which I think are really beautiful quality. And you can see the tea cigars here. We've got the vanilla ones, and there's also a green tea as well, a green tea cigar as well. And then you can see I've got a small 100. This small cake here was actually using a purple tea in a fermentation, so pressed and dried and fermented. So have a look at that because it is a use for purple tea. And then you can see the different styles of oolongs that we have in the market. And the strip oolong, which is Da Hong Pao, you will see what we had a look at yesterday, which was, it should be here, I'm just looking for it. Da Hong Pao. This is also an oolong. There's the Japanese oolong. Yes, okay.
Okay, let's keep moving.
So the quantities that people buy of these teas is around 500 grams to a kilo of each of the teas. And if anyone wants to ask me about some of the pricing, you're more than welcome later on. You can ask me what some of these prices market for. So these roses, for example, they're around $1,000 a kilo. Yeah.
Keep moving.
The Korean breakfast, that's about $250 a kilo. So the silver needle from Indonesia, the buying price now for the Indonesian silver needle, which is up this end here, is around $240 a kilo. So, the thing is, it's good to have the side of pairing and things like that, but when you're talking about some of these teas, it's very difficult. They're very expensive, so they're that high-end menu.
Okay, let's keep moving.
So this is Genmaicha. This is a classic Japanese tea, and this one is blended with roasted rice. Lapsang Souchong's the smoked tea, and then Taiping Hao Kui here.
I love Lapsang Souchong.
Yeah, so I think there's plenty of opportunity for you as tea farmers to actually produce these teas. What do you think?
It's quite lovely.
Okay, we keep moving.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think it's interesting. You can do some great things with tea and food pairing. You can do some great things just selling these specialty teas, but it's important to have the story. Yeah, this is really critical. Everyone wants to know what's behind the leaf. Yeah. You have a great Kenyan story. Yeah. And the thing is that the energy in the farmers yesterday was unbelievable. If you could bottle that up and take it away, people would want to buy the tea straight away. So this is just a small portion of what we carry in our factory. We have around 380 specialty teas. I selected what I could to bring to show you, which I thought were the most unusual.
Okay, we keep moving, please.
Stefan, did you get a good one? And the farmer's moving along and having a look at it? Stefan,
Yeah, it's
did you get that? Huh? Oh, this is nearly over. The tea urchin, that's from Macduff Estate in Sri Lanka. And so the way they make this tea is very unique. I actually have a video of them making the tea urchin. Yeah, it's really neat. Yeah, it is very neat. Yeah. And you can actually we have a documentary series on YouTube as well. So Australian Tea Masters, we actually have interviewed farmers, which I'm going to be doing later today. We actually go out to the farms, talk to the farmers about and look at the teas they're producing. So you can also have a look at the Australian Tea Masters YouTube channel, which may be helpful. Yeah, so this is roasted rice. You need to keep...
You can watch the video later, Australian Tea Masters on YouTube.
Yeah, we've got about 8 videos of small farmers in Sri Lanka and how they produce the tea. So it may be helpful to you to learn some of these production methods.
It's very interesting.
Yes, so most of the Japanese teas are machine cut. Because of labour costs being in Japan are very high, same as Korea. They have they mimic hand plucking, so they will just take the top tips of the tea off.
Yes, more, please. You keep moving, keep moving.
That's true. That's true. I'm very good at that. I just went to a conference in Chicago.
Yeah, it will help.
So much good for us.
I should say
Fish. Any animal you want.
Okay, we keep moving.
How much is one? $60,000. Yeah. That's the you still need to keep it. But it just doesn't.
These are cool.
Yes. And the cultivars. Yeah, this is a very fine leaf, 2 leaves. Yeah, and with the milk oolong, it's impossible for you to produce that unless you have the Jinchuan cultivar, because this cultivar is very unique. So that you get a lot of that buttery, milky flavours, and people think they're putting milk on it, but they're not. It's actually naturally occurring in the cultivar. The flowers are really, honestly, blended into a black tea. It's very beautiful, and it adds a little bit of a floral note as well. All of these green teas we have here are very high quality greens. So these all give a very soft, mellow note. Yeah, so that's brown rice. So that's cooked at a very, very high temperature and blended with the green tea. So it gives a nutty sort of note to it. This is a handmade flour. I'll show you the back. Yeah. Yeah. So they create this and then dry it. So you can see it's tied at the back. I'll just turn that over, people can see how it's made. Yeah. Yeah, these are the silver rings, which I said are very, very expensive because each leaf is just turned around a little tiny ring. Yeah. So the cigar, the leaves are stretched and wrapped, and then they put vanilla in some and then tie the string around it and creates like their own, like a tea bag without a bag. A Samika, I think they're using, yeah.
What can you say? Just to see.
Yeah, a lot of hand cut, but a machine. A lot of these ones here, like they're all machine cut. This is machine cut. This is Taiwanese style processing. This is the unique cultivar that we talked about before. Imperial Beauty. This is the one that's growing. That's made in Vietnam with the insect spiders. These ones are all made from a samika in Sri Lanka. This is Nepalese.
So this one has come from machine or hand?
No, you have to look at the leaf first. Yeah, yeah. You cut the leaves. The machine. Interesting. A gentleman asked me, can I differ between machine cut and you could only when you look at the leaf. So normally when we're cutting dry leaf, wet leaf, liquor, aroma. As soon as you see the leaf, you can tell it's been machine cut. Yeah. But actually, the taste is very good for the machine cutting because it's very, very particular. And don't forget, we have Kenyan breakfast, okay? Kenyan breakfast. Kenyan breakfast. So we have Nandi Hills tea in here. Yeah, Kenyan Milamar as well. Yeah, so we made that just so we have a Kenyan tea, only Kenyan tea. What do you think?
So much.
Oh, thank you. I think having the opportunity to see them with the real eyes
yes.
is very helpful. So this is a handmade tea. They get the leaves and turn it, and then they're twisting inside. It's a very complicated process. It is beautiful. And this one here we have, every single one has a knot in it. Every single, small knot. Yes, I know, it's incredible, isn't it? Yes. So that just shows you what you can do with the Kenyan teas. So this one here is a piece of steel with very small spikes on it, and they wrap the leaf around each one. And when it's wet, and then it's dry. Yeah, so you can see how it's tied at the back. Yeah, it's two leaf pluck. Yeah. And it's very fine pluck. It's very expensive tea. All of these teas are very expensive. But it's an opportunity for Kenyan farmers because you can do these here. There's no reason why they have to be just from China, just from Nepal, Indonesia. People in Kenya. Sorry.
And you have the land and the...
Yeah. You have the land. You have the quality of the tea. You just got to learn the methods. Yeah, so again, this is roasted brown rice.
I appreciate the presentation.
Oh,
you have a good flame.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's Very nice.
And nobody's doing this in Kenya.
Yeah, so these are handmade roses. These are about $1,000 a kilo.
$1,000
Yeah.
a kilo.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. Sometimes it's not
Oh, so maybe you just have a section of the factory
the high price
Exactly.
and the quality.
Yes.
So each of these is handmade rose, and you know this makes a big difference. So some of these are the small roller, rolling. You know, the jasmine pearls handmade.
You see, you'll only make it for
$1,000.
once you've seen it.
Sorry? Yeah, so light green, this is a green tea, but they layer it with jasmine flowers to get the flavor. This is from Nepal. This was the one I bought, the highest price ever paid for Nepalese tea. I paid, it's now actually 200, I paid 140 euros a kilo.
Euros, not USD.
Are they tips or
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, tips, sorry.
a black tea?
Yes, black tea.
This one is 230,000 shillings.
Yeah, this one is about, this one is about now, it's about 200 euros a kilo. Yeah. That's what I say. The thing is, you have the ability to produce teas of this value.
Yeah, you take a video. I like the way they've named their tea. Black pineapple.
That's what I'm saying about the names. The names are very important.
So do you have to name
Yes, some
the similar names?
Sometimes, but sometimes we use the name. But so you've got the opportunity now because a lot of your teas don't have names. So you create the names and then we market the names. You know, that's the way to do it. Like, so we need to help you. I will help you create the names.
Yeah, but looking for names from, let's say, Australian tea master, and they want to name the same name using what they've got
You
from
can do
the
that.
internet.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the thing is, you need to make your tea have a special name.
Yeah, that's very important.
And then, that's right. Very
you guys have
important.
to move kindly.
Yeah, the teas are so interesting.
I know. Around lunchtime.
This one is $1,000.
Yes, the roses are $1,000 a kilo.
This one they make it with.
This is made with purple tea leaf.
Oh,
it's very
okay.
interesting. Yeah, so that's why I bought it. So it's a fermentation of purple leaf.
Thank you so much.
That's all right, no problem.
So I'll share that
Yeah, toasted rice. Yeah, so they roast the rice at very high temperature, and it's actually called popcorn tea. Popcorn. Because the rice pops. Yeah. It's just like a normal brew. Normal. Yes.
What did you put in it?
Nandi Hills and Millimar.
We should test it. You started selling it?
We saw it. We've been selling it for 1.5 years.
How much?
For this bag,
yes.
It costs, this is 80 grams and we sold it for $18. Wow. 18 Australian dollars.
80 grams, $18.
Yeah.
Wow. That's expensive.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. When you sorry?
High price.
Yeah, high price, small volume. If someone was going to buy 100 kilos, it wouldn't be that price. You know?
Sure. Oh, this is what you call the cigar.
Cigars, tea cigars.
Wow, this one.
Very good. What about it?
This is a purple tea leaf compressed in a cake, so like a fermentation process.
And this one?
That's right.
We have lots of the 95 cents.
So what's the average price of
In Uganda. So it doesn't issue 50 grams in our currency, 50 grams that was 30. How many dollars? No, it's less than that. 30,000 hectares. 80 dollars? No, it is less. It is around $10. How much is it?
Yeah, it's $10.
A kilo is it's around $10 actually.
Oh, right.
Yes, $10. Yeah, that is silver needle.
That's why I wanted to bring so many dishes. Yes, there is a lot of ones. My price is around $2.50 per flower.
No problem. I won't mind. Just go back, like 3 steps back. Yeah, right there. I go. I use the mic. Yeah, use the mic.
Yes, yes. These are, I don't know enough to really give you a full evaluation of the Kenyan industry, but it's in terms of what I'm hearing from my colleagues in quality of the product, it's only at the same level as other people who are already working.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on Tea Board of Kenya YouTube channel covering today's conference, and for our stakeholders, our friends, tea enthusiasts, and everyone watching us live, we are here at Nandi Bears Club in Nandi Hills at the very first African Speciality Tea Conference and Expo. And we have just finished our morning sessions, a session by Shavik Johnson looking at the teas of the world and giving an organoleptic tour and African potential. We have had a very interesting session on African specialty and its potential for Europe and the globe by Bernardine Tay. We've had another very eye-opening, mind-unlocking and practical session we will be going into by Nicholas Despot on e-trade. And so keep joining us, keep staying with us. We will be going back to the conference in the next 10 or so minutes. And this year has been quite a great experience, bringing delegates from Kenya, delegates from Uganda, from Mozambique, from Zimbabwe, from Tanzania, from South Africa, from Australia, Canada. They're all here talking about specialty tea. Thank you.
Put the banner so that then I announce it. Yeah. Can he do now? If I bring is the lady still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Lagat, I would like to have your attention, Waziri. Waziri, I would like you to see the teas, to walk right there. And you just have a feel of that. So Johnson will give you just a tour of these teas from this side, Waziri. Yeah. Johnson is there.
Johnson. Hello. I can hold for you. Oh yeah, just put it. So,
Yes.
Okay, so this is camellia buds, which they're blending with black tea. So you can have them alone, people can drink them as a drink, or just as a soft, like a white tea. Yeah, just the tea flower. Yeah, so it's very unique and we dry all around the world. Yeah, and actually some of them are better. So this is the Chinese one, this is the Indonesian one. This is obviously a lot more expensive. This tea here, every single stem is knotted. They wind the leaf around it and dry each one individually. This is like $1,000 a kilo. It's very expensive.
$1,000. But this is also from China?
No, this is Sri Lanka. This is why I'm saying Kenya has a great opportunity. So Sri Lanka is producing this. This is a Japanese shade-grown tea. This is another Sri Lankan white tea, really beautiful quality. This is the yellow tea, so where they produce it like green tea, then they wrap it in.
I named that one.
This is tea cigar. So they have these in green and black, and they actually have the black ones.
How would you use that one?
Yeah, so this one. Furl the string.
How would you use it?
Yeah, so you just turn this, take this around, and then you just, like a tea bag.
Okay.
It's a tea bagless tea.
That's interesting. Australia, no?
No, it's Sri Lanka. This is a Japanese green tea mixed with roasted rice, and these are handmade flowers. So this is also made in Sri Lanka. This is a Chinese hand-rolled tea, Keeman black snail. They took a very common Keeman and then they produced a much higher grade by hand-rolling it. This is the Sri Lankan hand-rolled tea, green tea. This is a Korean ginger, which is machine cut. This one is Korean breakfast. It is a blend of 12 farmers' black teas. This is Luo Guampian, which is a hand-rolled Chinese tea. Yep. This is Australian, actually, Arakai green tea from Australia. And this is Taiping Hakui. This is made with a roller. So the two leaves are sort of formed together. You can see there's two long leaves, and they're rolled like that. This is handmade roses. So you can see each one of them is a small rose.
I think I know this. This is Chinese, right?
No, Sri Lankan. And the reason I bought Sri Lankan is because I wanted to show you, you have the same type of leaf here.
Yes.
So you can produce the same product.
So it's all different types so that you run out many varieties.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Imperial Beauty. This one's from Vietnam. So this is one of the open leaf oolongs from Vietnam. This one jasmine pearls, so hand rolled little pearls, and they're layered with jasmine flowers.
Hand rolled.
Yeah, hand rolled. Yeah. Jasmine pearls. So they have a jasmine aroma. So you smell. You can smell strong jasmine. And then we have milk oolong. So this is the milk oolong is actually a hand-rolled oolong, a traditional. So when you open that up, it's actually quite long. It's got about 4 leaves on it.
I think this is somebody gave me from when I was in the US, a Chinese.
Oh yeah.
In a bag, in a tin.
Yep.
And you just put 3 leaves and.
That's right, and you get a very good cup of tea. And this is Japanese oolong. So Japan is starting to produce oolongs as well. This is made with purple leaf. So this is a fermented cake made with purple leaf.
Okay, that's purple leaf tea.
Purple leaf tea, yeah. So this is Tea Guanyin. This is one of the most famous oolongs in the world. This is Nepalese, so this is Sagarmatha Gold.
From Nepal?
Yes, I'm from Nepal. This is one of the highest altitude teas in the world. It's around 7,200 feet. Then we have Golden Bud. This is a Chinese black tea. We have a smoked tea, Lapsang Souchong. We have another form of open leaf oolong, Wencheng Souchong. We have black pine needle, which is another Chinese tea from Vietnam down south. Honey red tea. No, it's just a processing method. Yeah, it's just a processing method. Yeah. And then this is honey red. This is from Vietnam. So this is a very sweet honey flavoured tea. And then we have, this is from Malawi actually, so it's a very nice tea. And this one is Da Hong Pao, the other famous open leaf oolong in the world. And this is our black tea from Australia. And this is a fermented dok cha, it's called, from Korea. So they pound the tea, they steam it first, they pound it with a big, thing, then they take this and they form it into little discs, and then they flip it out, put it in the sun and dry it, and put the string or a piece of wood through it, and let it dry.
Then you can just drop it inside.
Yeah, and you put it into boiling water, and you usually what they do is have a big glass pot and it just boils. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Wow.
There you go.
Great, thank you.
That's your world tea tour. Oh, and of course, don't miss, we have Kenyan breakfast.
Wow. Where is this made from?
I produce this in Australia. Yeah, so this is my company. We have, so we blend the Nandi Hills Gold tea in it because we want single origin breakfast.
Single origin. That's great. So where do you get this from Nandi Hills?
Yes.
From Nandi Hills. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
That's a big recognition.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes. We have one of the best teas in the world.
I know.
Yeah, from Nandi. So we just need to put the mark of origin.
Yes. So the thing is that we have the flag. This is actually
Kenyan. But there is also, they are working on the mark of origin. We'll be putting it in the single origin.
I'm pushing them to good tea and Kenyan. Everything's Kenyan. Kenyan purple tea, not just purple tea.
Shireen, I want to snatch your microphone and start the next session.
That is Kenyan breakfast. Right. Wonderful.
Thank you very much. Hang on one
Oh my God. Can the MC also join? It's a very wonderful photo.
All right, let's sit down, everyone.
Award-winning photo. Thank you very much, Sharon. Okay, may I request colleagues who are outside to please come in. We are moving swiftly to the next presentation. On e-trade, potential for e-selling of specialty and black tea, because that's where really the market has moved. We do not have to physically go to our customers. We can utilize technology and make money. And the gentleman who will take us through that presentation is, let me just pronounce his first name, second name, you will see it on the screen. Nicholas. Yeah, if you see it on the screen. Thank you very much, Nick. Come and make your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, excuse me. How are we feeling so far? Yeah? Doing good? Learning good things? Very good, very good. My name is Nicholas Despopoulos. I already introduced myself yesterday. I told you my friends call me Nico. Please feel free to call me Nico. I am a co-founder and the CBO, the Chief Business Officer of a startup technology company. There we go. Called Zengate Global. I'm going a little bit off script because these last 48 hours have made an incredible impression upon me. It's I don't usually get like this either. Really, I've never felt so welcomed on my first visit to a country anywhere in the world ever. And for my first visit to Africa, I'm struck to the core by all of you. And I thought, am I honored to be here? No. Am I privileged to be here? Absolutely. But most of all, I am humbled to be here. And thank you. Thank you. We have a saying that our Creator, He gave us 2 ears and only 1 mouth for a reason. So, and I really like to talk, so I've been trying very hard to keep my mouth shut and listen to all of you as much as possible. And really, you've taught me so much. And that's why I have to go off script, because I've learned that although there are challenges in general that all agricultural producers across the globe face that are very similar, and there are particular challenges to the tea industry that we can say are similar across the industry, but to have heard the stories and to understand really how much more acute some of these challenges are in East Africa, and specifically in each country of origin of Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Mozambique, my mind was blown. Because the tea industry is not easy for anyone. But I could never imagine that could also be this hard. So it's re-inspired me about my work and our work. And it's very difficult for me to follow these wonderful ladies, Cheryl and Bernie, who came and gave these great presentations. And they have such passion for tea. I'm sorry, but I don't. Honestly, I want you to understand, I am not a tea expert. I have sold tea retail in my own coffee shop when I was fortunate of selling loose leaf teas, and it was a fun part of my business. But I have nowhere near the knowledge that true experts like yourselves have. And I don't want to pretend, because you can know right away that that's not my world, okay? My world is more about commerce. And even within Zengate, I'm not really the technology guy. I am the guy who tries to make everything balanced so that in the end, everyone can eat and provide a future for their families. And I hope that we can find a way to make that happen here too in East Africa. So a little bit about the background about my company. We started about two and a half years ago. And the first thing, see our founder, Daniel Friedman, the CEO, he has worked in the blockchain industry, in software, for 15 years. And part of the company that he was working for was finding blockchain solutions to real-world problems that people were facing in developing countries. So he worked in places like Georgia to make more efficient paper trails, more efficient and more accountable bureaucracy. Okay, he's worked using traceability to develop, an immutable chain of contract custody and how everybody keeps more honest with each other through these things. And so his vision, one of the things that he saw was that there are people who need access to markets, they need access to business opportunities, and they don't have it. So how can we use technology to help them leapfrog into the future. It's not good enough to catch up. Who wants to catch up? I want to get ahead. And so when we realize that the big companies with very mature supply chains they're very invested in what they've already built. And it's difficult for them to give that up. And to catch up with them is maybe an impossible task. But if we can leverage the speed of technology, maybe we can start using techniques that their inflexibility hasn't brought them to use yet, and they have to start following you, right? This is one cornerstone of our approach, leapfrogging into the future with technology. And the whole object is opportunity inclusion. This is something else that struck me about Asia. About Africa, because I was about to tell you, I've lived in Japan for 12 years, I've traveled throughout Southeast Asia, I've been to very poor countries like Indonesia, Vietnam 15, 20 years ago. I don't look so old, but it's true. And there's always the barrier. We always see there's this wall between those who have and those who don't have. And, growing up, we didn't have a lot of money by American standards, but, by other standards, we were extremely wealthy. It's difficult to be an American and not be wealthy on the global standard, right? And even coming here to Kenya, it took me nothing. A couple minutes on the internet, make an application for a visa, whoop, door opens, I can walk right into Kenya with no problem. But if your children want to come to America and study in the university, there is a wall. There is a wall that is real as the wall that was between me and the rest of the town when I was spending the night in the Eka Hotel here in Eldoret. Now, I have a very strong sense of injustice. And I have developed this righteous indignation that sometimes motivates me to do crazy things. But it's also, this is part of my insanity is here today. I do not believe that we can break this wall, but I believe we can make the gate much larger, okay? And that's part of our name, Zen Gate. We really want to help with opportunity inclusion and make that possible, make that gate larger. So we got started with an analysis of all the countries with low digital adoption that had billion-dollar rate. And so if the industry was billion-dollar plus, and it was a country that was under, we were interested in finding an opportunity to get started. And that's how we landed on tea in Sri Lanka. It's a $1.5 billion export per year economy. Tea is like 10%, about 11% of their export economy. So we thought we could have some real leverage there. Woo! We probably chose the most difficult country to get involved in first because it's also a very protected industry and it's also very traditional. But we found through that experience that what we needed to do was focus more on the smallholders and the small producers of specialty products. Right? So like I said, the big companies with the mature supply chains, they don't feel a need to change yet. But we can prove our technology by helping smaller volume, higher margin, underserved product producers find buyers other places in the world. And as in the EU, small businesses who risk their business every year just to bring product in from a couple of aspects we haven't talked about. And so I hope to share part of our solution on that as well. Second time. And so when we arrived there, we had a prototype. It didn't function. It was just, oh, you can click on it and you can see the pages, how they will go. And we got very important connections, and we've received so much knowledge and mentorship from those people. And one of the key people that we contacted, made contact with, was a woman named Joyce Maina. How many of you know Joyce? Okay, I see quite a few hands. She's originally from Kenya. She has worked on all sides, from trading to buying to selling tea. She knows the industry inside and out, and she is, like the women before, she is super passionate about specialty tea. And we've been borrowing her passion. Like I said, I'm not so passionate about tea, but I'm passionate about people and their passions. And so if Joyce was available, you would have the great fortune to have a much better presentation by her. But she wasn't available, and I was asked to come to talk about the platform, and here I am. So I hope it fulfills the correct purpose. So these are the relationships that we leverage. We met with buyers like Fernando Lopez in Los Angeles, who has been the brave first adopter to make transactions over a platform that we're not certain if it's going to work, right? And the first transaction that we ever made was for 16 kilograms of Ceylon tea shipped door to door to Los Angeles. And you'll learn more about how, but in that first transaction, we achieved a 70% increase in profits for the producer per kilogram, while providing a 30% discount to the buyer compared to a similar product that he could have bought from his local importer. He also received a faster, fresher, and a higher quality than anything else that was ever available before at that grade. It was an OP1, black tea. I mean, nothing spectacular. It's a very high quality commodity tea that we moved, right? But because of its speed and the freshness, he was blown away. So if we can do that for a high grade commodity tea, maybe we're not going to make a 70% increase in profits, but depending on the product, maybe 30%, 20%, anything that increases what we can bring to the table for the producers, it's very important to us. So more about that solution. Micro, small, and what is this? Sorry. The micro, small, and medium-sized companies are really the people we're looking to serve on both sides of the transaction. MSMEs are what we call them. And so we have built out this platform that is focused on helping those smaller companies overcome the challenges and the barriers between direct trade between each other. So we learned a lot about the problems that people faced. I understand that maybe here in Kenya there wasn't much of a lockdown, but there was still an economic effect by everybody else's lockdown, right? And we learned from one of our users that during this time he couldn't sell his tea. There were more government restrictions. There was less money available to buy this product, and the old ways of just going to a trade show or an expo like we are here today, they weren't available anymore. And this gave the opportunity for some companies to become digital hybrids. So they have their brick and mortar location, but now they're also selling online, right? But many people were left behind. Either they didn't have the know-how, or maybe they didn't have the capacity, the money, right? So when we saw this particular problem, and the fact that it also cost small business people some of their connections. He had buyers before COVID that aren't his buyers anymore because maybe their business is closed, right? So this is kind of, I mean, do these kind of challenges sound familiar to anybody? Yeah? I mean, restrictions. I mean, the government is, in fact, from what I've seen as an outside observer, I think Kenya is blessed with relative political stability, right? We know that the government gets in the way sometimes, but they've done things, they keep the country moving so that we don't have to walk 30 kilometers to get to trade our tea for a bottle of oil. I was just so struck by that. And so we really wanted to focus on helping people overcome those barriers. And that also requires us to work directly with all stakeholders. So they have a hard time getting the attention of tea boards sometimes and other ministers at times, but their input is important, and I hope that they can see the value in what we're doing eventually, not just for tea, because we've actually grown outside of tea as well. So we learn from stakeholders across the board. We learn from regulators. We learn from buyers, from sellers, from non-profit organizations, and we've learned about this core set of needs that have become fundamental to our operation. And so that's market access, financing, and the adoption of technology. Okay? So let's see if we can take a look at each one of them. This is the Palmyra, or this is a picture of the Palmyra platform, and maybe if we get a chance, we could even show the website itself. It's palmyra.app. And at this point, like I said, we spread out from Sri Lanka with tea production because buyers needed more than just Sri Lankan tea. Right? You see this selection of teas that are available through Cheryl's organization, through her company, and you know that she's buying from more than one source. So we couldn't just stay there. And that's why we've quickly spread. We have producers in Sri Lanka, in India, in Nepal. In fact, Cheryl mentioned the names of some of the producers who have onboarded with our platform. You know, and Bernie was talking about the need to tell your unique story, right? And we've accommodated for that as well. So the whole idea is that you have this marketplace where you list your product and you name your price and you name what's your minimum order, right? We provide for the buyer the entire infrastructure with the click of one button with a single payment to pay for your product, pay for shipping, and we also hope eventually to integrate any duties that might be available, but that's why we need government interaction, right? Duties and everything else, insurance, can all be integrated into the platform. And we're also starting to work with the laboratories that are required for the chemical testing that the European Union requires for all food products coming in. So now we're providing a way for those buyers who never imported goods before, a one-touch solution to bring product in without losing their business. And the more of those buyers that we can find, the greater we can diversify the buyers for you, the better for your business, because now you're not reliant upon a single buyer or a group of 10. There may be thousands of people buying smaller batches, and if one of them goes away, you still have the other 999, right? You don't feel it so much when one of them disappear when you're dealing with thousands of buyers. So it gives much greater diversity to your income. So all these people are looking for ways to access buyers in the US, in the EU, in Australia. But at the same time, we've met buyers who they're interested in specialty products, but they don't have time to discover you. And so when they come to the platform, they get to see your story, but they also get to see that you've gone through a KYC process, know your client, right? So that they know that you're a registered business in your country, that you're licensed, if necessary, licensed to be practicing your trade, and that there's a real bank account to a real company associated with the product that they're ordering, right? The payment service can hold that payment kind of like an escrow until the contract is cleared. And this is lowering the counterparty risk so that you as a producer, you know the payment has been made into your account. It's a special account by the payment service. You know it's been paid. You can see it on your dashboard. Okay, they paid the money. I can ship with safety. And the buyer, they're not so scared to buy because they have a chance to get their money back from the payment service if your product never arrives or if there's something wrong, right? So this decrease in counterparty risk makes it easier for those with less experience, less time, and less energy to discover your products and to commit to a purchase. Another very important thing, and I've heard it was spoken about earlier, is sampling. They can order a sample and they pay for that sample and they pay for the shipping. It's all integrated. There are no free samples on this platform. We don't want it because we only want people who are serious about the product. And if you produce multiple products, better. Because now if they're paying for shipping for 100 grams, it's going to be expensive anyway. Why not sample all your products at one time, and it may end up being a kilo, which is going to be more expensive, but the price per gram will be lower at the higher weight level. So all these things make the site more attractive, more useful for a new generation of tea buyers and tea vendors. And so we've identified that there are a number of them. There are the big traditional ones, and maybe we can help them with part of our solution too, but they're not really our target. There are the smaller mid-level distributors who have been dependent upon the big importers, and that's why all of their product looks the same, right? And they want something different. They want to make themselves stand out against their competition. And then there's this whole generation of people that only sell tea on the internet. Also, they are getting their tea from the same places, right? So they want access to unique and interesting products. They want access to unique and interesting stories that their customers care about. So your story becomes part of your brand. Like there's this amazing tea estate that we work with in Nepal, where the entire factory is run by these young tomorrow, but we can help build the value and the image of the value of East African teas so that eventually we get there. And again, we keep on coming back to this idea of volume versus margin. I've always thought that if tea producers could operate themselves more like a cartel, right? If you control your production, if you say, this is a special production, we only do so many kilograms of this per year, and you build a following for that production, you can start to name your price. It's what they do in the wine industry. It's what they do in other beverages, other alcohols, other products. They have special edition products that they name their price, and people who are committed to those products, they pay because they know that they're going to get the quality that's associated with that product. But that also requires consistency, right? So that's your work. We're going to help on this end, okay? So adoption of technology. The internet is mostly available here, but it can also be difficult. So I can't tell you exactly who, but we're working on a partnership that would bring internet connectivity into the most isolated areas and actually offer the tea factory with that connection a new income stream by offering their internet service to a 10-kilometer radius around their facility. So anybody close to that internet blimp would be able to use the internet. And so through that, we expect that we can help increase the amount of adoption of technology. So as we start to get into and build out further the traceability application that is integrated into the platform. Bernie told you that you have to, many countries are asking you to trace where is your product from, right? What's the process? Who's had custody of it, right? Maybe even how much you're paying to the people working for you, right? Can we measure the impact that you're having on your communities? We most certainly can. Traceability is an open canvas, and so we can ask for any data point that we decide is important enough to trace, or we can make sure that we have the data points collected that prove your product's compliance with the import standards in different countries, like say the EU, right? So with in particular the European deforestation regulation that's taking effect in early 2025, it's a barrier. It will exclude many people who are not prepared to demonstrate compliance. Your products may be 100% compliant, but if you can't prove it, if you don't have some declaration of data that demonstrates it, it limits you from entering that marketplace. Smallholders, thank goodness, smallholders have a 6-month extension. You have until June of 2025 to demonstrate that your products are, they're very generous. They give you 6 months, right? But we understand that one of the problems with the adoption of technology is the cost. Building your own traceability protocol, where do you even begin? I don't know. That's what my partners are for. And they've done it. And it's an integrated service in the platform. So products are listed, data points are declared, there's a static traceability which shows where you're producing it. That internet blimp may have a camera that has a bird's eye view of the land area being used, so we can get a parameter of how much product is possible to produce out of this area. And if you start being cheeky and trying to sell more than it's possible, then this can be used as a check on the traceability, right? Not that you're going to be cheeky, but we can show, look, their levels of production are within the maximum parameter based on the land use that we can observe. So all these systems coming together to create an environment where we don't really need to trust we don't need to trust each other, because the data is immutable and transparent, which big businesses don't want to see. They have a disadvantage, or they have an advantage in the data that they collect, and they want to keep that advantage, so they don't want to have transparency. But in our system, the transparency is a value add because it makes it more accessible to your consumer and to the buyer. It gives the buyer the story to tell, and it proves compliance with their import regulations. It's not perfect yet. There's a ways to go, and it's always evolving. And we hope to get more interaction from other stakeholders to help us work that out. So we just talked about traceability. It's the key point is that it's included. There's no extra fees for it. Now, for those companies that don't need to sell on Palmyra, they can also just take advantage of the traceability application. Right? So we are also building that out as well. If you do have a higher volume, lower margin aspect of your business, you know, maybe some of the solutions that we have on the platform aren't 100% what you need in the moment, but as the traceability becomes more mature, our subscription costs to that application will be more affordable and allow easier adoption of the technology than having to build it from nothing. So it's kind of difficult to see up here. There's a number of products that are listed here from a number of our producers. Can anybody read that number at the top of this listing? Yeah, 350. $3.50. $350 per kilogram for this product. Oh, how'd that happen? You were zooming. Oh, thank you. Keep zooming. So there are products on here that are already highly valued by buyers, and there are products on here that are already being purchased by some of the people who have already spoken to you, right? And so getting their input and hearing them today tell you that your teas are as good as anything they've tasted elsewhere. We can understand that Kenyan specialty tea is supremely undervalued. So how do we build that value? We help you tell your story. We help you make that gate a little bit bigger. You still zoomed in? You can zoom out. Okay. So, market access, traceability, finance. Finance is a big deal, and I forgot to tell you that part of what we're also working on is either through traditional channels or also what's called decentralized finance to build opportunities for trade financing for both sides of the transaction. Sometimes a machine breaks. Those machines are expensive. You need to replace a part, or you need to replace the whole machine. Where does that money come from? I imagine most of the time, it probably comes right out of your pocket. Or if you're borrowing to pay that off, you're probably paying very high interest rates. You may not even be borrowing from a bank. We've seen this to be the case in other countries where factories or small holders have had to borrow at 30% interest per annum. It's crippling. If you keep the loan for a couple months, okay, it's only a couple months, but if you can't pay this off quickly, it's itself is an existential threat. And so if through decentralized financing and the communities that we are working with on the blockchain side of our business, there may be opportunities for much lower rates with those who have a greater appetite for risk than the traditional loan providers. And this is one thing that I became aware of as well, is that people have this idea in their mind that Africa is a poor continent. Okay, yes, I see some poverty, but it's not because Africa is a poor continent. You just look at the dirt and you can see how rich it is. Right? I've been in agriculture. I mean, I've not been in tea, but that richness that the land provides, it's not because Africa doesn't have something of value. It's because the financial system has been built in a way that's not adapted to what Africa has to offer. And so, through the traceability, perhaps we can start to demonstrate the data that will allow these larger lenders to understand that there isn't so much risk. Look at all these contracts that are being fulfilled, all this business that's being done becomes part of your company's digital identity, right? Look at the demand for their product, the price that they're selling at, and they need $10,000 to replace a machine, and they plan to pay it off in 6 months. Okay, we can make that kind of a loan. Maybe the bank doesn't want to make a $10,000 loan. Maybe it's too small for them. But the decentralized financiers will. So these are the type of, and it's not just on the seller side. It could be also the buyer side. Maybe there is this budding tea entrepreneur who is setting up this amazing tea party at her friend's coffee shop, and she needs to borrow the $3,000 it's going to take to buy her 10 kilograms of specialty teas that she wants to sample at her tea party and then sell the product to the attendees, right? So if she has access to trade finance too, it also means that you have more buyers again, because it expands the capacity of people to buy. So ours is an aggregate solution. It's meant to take the efficiencies of our cross-border payments, the cost savings in our logistics, and the value add of the traceability to lower the costs and increase the profits and increase the access to global markets for specialty producers of tea. Now also we have spices and other products that are tea adjacent. Even have honey out of Zambia. It's produced in the jungles. These specialty products that will blow your mind, that people don't have access to, or they're also too afraid to get because there's all these barriers. These are the environments that we're looking to move into, and we're very excited about having the opportunity to work with what, to all accounts, seems to be some of the best tea production in the world. So please, if you have any interest, you can scan our QR code or you can speak to me, and I'll be happy to begin a new journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nandi, for demystifying e-trade. A lot of us, when we hear about we shudder. We think it's complicated, not possible, not affordable. Yeah.
Well, one important point about the cost.
We charge a transaction fee. So it's really a pay-as-you-go service. There's no cost to join. There is a $20 fee for onboarding that we don't know how to charge you yet, so we're not charging it. We pay this for now for our pioneer producers. And the buyers don't have to pay anything to join as well. So it's open. That fee, so you know, is 5% for producers, and depending on the volume and margin of the product, it can be between 5 and 10% to the buyer. But our mission really is to set that fee within the cost savings of the services that we provide. It doesn't make any sense if we start charging you more money than we propose to save you. And we understand that, and we hope that you won't mind when we make you more money.
Thank you very much. Before Nick sits down, I want to give it 5 or 10 minutes of feedback. Alex? So there is a platform we can push our key products online. But let's take the questions or feedback, comments.
Yes. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
So there's a number of African countries mentioned as potential producers. Are you also encouraging trade between these two sides, so both producers and also buyers, and facilitating logistics between these two countries? You know?
That's a great question, and the answer is that, yes, there's no reason why we're only sending product from producer country to, say, to the US or somewhere else. And another important point is that some of our efficiencies may make sense for existing relationships, right? So if you have a client that buys from you already at the 10 to 70 kilogram range, our logistics costs for air freight are much better than any one business can typically get by itself. Because we're a platform, the demand for that services from all of you is aggregated together. You become a giant company together with all the other producers of spices, honey, coffee, vanilla, any other product that gets listed. Your aggregate demand for the logistics and insurance and anything else that we're able to integrate into the platform, that's what allows us to get better deals with those companies, and that's how we extend those discounts to you and fit our margin for us within those cost savings. So absolutely. And then with the traceability, if you sell tea from Uganda into Kenya, you can also track, if everybody is participating, you can track that custody of the product, and then when it gets sold from Kenya to the US or wherever else, they know exactly where it came from, who handled it, what they did to it when they had it, and yeah.
And maybe I have one.
Yes, sir.
Or two. The first one is on the due diligence that is done, because I heard you say sometimes even a customer can pay up for that when they've seen the sample. So what due diligence is made in between there to ensure if they've paid, they get the product, and even vice versa in case it happens the other way.
Sure.
Then the second one, I was going to ask about costs, but you mentioned that the costs that you used to run the platform come from the transactional deductions that happen. You spoke about hoping the producer create a story. So how is that done when there's no upfront kind of investment? So how do you do that? Because today I have a producer, she's here, she has tea. She's already, I think, already signed into the platform. I saw her scanning.
Great.
So she doesn't have a story, but she has maybe a rough idea of what her story could be. So how would that happen?
I don't believe what he just said. I'm sure you have an amazing story. There's nobody in this room who doesn't have just an incredible story, right? And so it's just about how we project it. And so part of what happens is as we see a listing, and maybe if we get a chance to put up the website. Oh, can we do it from there? No, here. Dot. Okay. If we can. Nope. Ah. Why? There it is. Great. So when a buyer sees the product that they're interested in, they can see all the information that you share about your business, and that's where you get to also share your story with your pictures, not just your pictures of your product, but pictures of your people. You can share pictures of your community, pictures of your factory, so that people develop a more personal connection and understand more about who they're impacting. Because if we can get, in the future, if we can get the price of specialty tea from Kenya to hundreds of dollars per kilogram, and that translates into better wages for the people working at your facilities and in your fields, and those people are going to spend their money in their communities, it brings more back to the entire community. And that's why it's so important to tell that story. So if I go here, if you just click on the first, the white tea crystal, the very first, eventually, there we go. And if we scroll down, we see all the data that they shared. There's also the possibility to click on and see the specific traceability information here as well. So they upload their certificates. And so a buyer can know, I'm in the US, can I get this in? Is it FDA approved? Has it gone through some sort of check, right? If they have some awards or any other kind of certifications, right? And I love that Cheryl said that we don't care about organic certification. We care that it's made organically, right? I've heard that from so many buyers. And if we can prove it with the data that we help you capture, that becomes part of your story. And then even bigger picture, imagine this gets big enough to where all crops can go through some sort of traceability like this. Of course, we'd be very happy. But at the same time, in return for the profits we would have for that, we would have the real-time crop data, or close to real-time crop data, that would allow policymakers and communities make better decisions about what they're growing, where, and when, right? So I've heard stories about people uprooting tea trees to plant coffee. But that's because the price is in the moment now. By the time my crop is ready, there'll be all this coffee that's ready and the prices will be down again, right? So if we're collecting enough data and we're able to forecast, that helps you as producers make better decisions about your business. It also helps buyers make better decisions about what and when they buy as well, right? So, in fact, this, so he scrolled all the way down, and you can see that this particular producer has multiple products listed, and one buyer can make an order that includes all these products on one click. Just, okay, I want this, I want so many kilos of this one, and then through our shipping relationship, we've already worked out the size of the boxes to be used for, for the size of the orders that are being made. You have the boxes available, you just fill and go, okay? So it's meant to be as easy as possible for those of you who have never exported before, and for those of them who have never imported. So we're really trying to make it more possible? That's what I mean by opening the gate. Great question. Did I answer your first question at all?
Yes, yes.
Okay, very good.
Very last one.
Very last one.
In your presentation, you said among the served countries, there was a statement that next Kenya to come. And can I assume that Kenya meant this as an entry point, but applying to the entire region, and the rest of us here, or will you be going?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
And then added to that, then you hope there is an opportunity for further engagement. When the slide for email came up, some of us
okay, we can
the rest of the slide sure. get much more later. Is there such an opportunity?
Absolutely. Maybe we can put it back up, or no, maybe I can just give you my card as well. I have my cards, anybody who needs me, or I can even leave the cards.
Thank you.
Right here. Okay?
Waziri has a question. Waziri means minister.
I understand.
How are you?
Thanks God. How are you, sir?
Welcome to Nandi.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you're based in Israel or where?
No, I'm American. I live in Italy. My mother's family are Jews. And so in America...
Where in Italy or in Italy?
I live close to Pisa. And and my home is near Napoli.
Napoli, I know. Okay. I was in Siena.
Oh, beautiful. I was just there too.
Okay, thank you. Now I wanted to know more about your traceability.
Yes.
So how do you do so once you have the producer producing, what are the requirements for you to do the timestamps and the location stamps for the traceability? And also, so you just in tea or you doing coffee and all the other stuff? What's your scope?
The platform is, thank you very much for an excellent question. The platform is product agnostic. So it's meant to be used by anybody who has a semi-fungible product that can be moved internationally. So coffee, absolutely. We're very excited about coffee. We're working on a project with Honduras because they're completely unprepared for the EUDR, and 80% of their product is sold into Europe. And it's almost all small holders. So where are they going to prove that they are deforestation compliant? So great question about the traceability. The traceability has a static portion where we declare where things are happening. This is true about all products, right? The factory, the land where things are growing. And then there's the dynamic component that would be true for each batch declared. And so every time we make the initial listing, we're listing batch number 1. We're also declaring how many kilograms of that batch is available, and you cannot sell more than that. So when you run out of the stock on the batch, you have to enter a second batch that requires the dynamic traceability entry to happen again. At this point, we believe that if I've been working with a work group in Europe talking about this problem, and we've really understood, or the opinion is that most of the time we should be able to rely upon self-reporting, especially if the likelihood of cheating is being revealed is high enough, and the penalty for cheating is severe enough. Most people will just be honest and take their $200 a kilo for the real product they have, right? And so we're working on ways of auditing that system, and we have a number of connections for doing so. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
What kind of support can you give us from others to access the market? Do you have any idea on certification and auditing?
Well, I understand that the EUDR is. I understand that it needs to be proved on a per shipment basis, right? So we are in the process of working out all the data points that are required to fulfill for EUDR. But part of the problem is they don't even know very well themselves yet. Okay, they're still working on how it's supposed to work and who it gets reported to and how. But if we can know their data points, then we can ask producers to supply those data points.
Is this really a perfect platform for that? Is it possible?
I think perfect is a very powerful word. Okay, but it's a very good product, and it's getting better all the time. And I hope with input from stakeholders like yourself and other producers and nonprofits and even stakeholders in Europe that we can make it perfect or close to perfect.
Let's talk. So that we can do business.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'll be a consultant.
Please. Welcome.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Azeri. I think.
Last one.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, from what you have presented, Palmyra is like a window, a marketing window, where you can join and reach the market. Is it possible that you can pull out when you don't want to continue? And will your data be owned now by Palmyra?
That's a very good question. The data that's collected that's specific about the product that you moved, the blockchain is what we call immutable. It cannot be destroyed. So once you make a entry into the chain, it's there forever for all people to access openly. So this could be, we don't collect personal information, right? We want to keep privacy there, but it's market information.
But there's annual subscription and so on?
At this point, no annual subscription, not at this point, and certainly not for our pioneers. The only reason we would consider an annual subscription is that if your volume of produce of your product reached a point where a subscription cost would be less expensive than your transaction costs, then we could offer a discount through a subscription. But we're not planning to do that for anytime soon, okay? Because we want to give people the opportunity to pay as they go instead of having to make a big fee up front. But you could most certainly leave the platform and stop using it at any time. There's no requirement to continue. Thank you, sir.
A round of applause to Nick. Good presentation and a good product for our businesses. So the cards are here. So again, let me explain this to our international guests. When we have, in Kenya, when you have a very important function and it runs for many days, we love to honor our leaders. And so each of the days, we have our leaders coming to be with us in each of those days. Okay? It's part of our honor to our leaders. And yesterday we had the deputy governor of the county, and today we have the minister in charge of agriculture at the county. But before he comes, I noticed that the day is taking toll on many of us. So may I ask you to kindly just stand and do as I do. Kindly stand and do as I do.
Like this. Side. Down. As in, I mean down. Alright, have your seat.
To invite Anne, who will bring us our guests today. Anne?
Thank you, Enoch, for your great moderation from day one of the International Tea Day. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. How is the progress so far? Awesome. Is it adding value? We're learning something? Awesome, great to know that my expectations are being met. You remember my expectation yesterday? Yes. What was my expectation? That we meet all your expectations, and we're happy that so far so good. So thank you so much for your patience and being together with us since we started the Specialty Tea Conference yesterday morning. And as Mate has mentioned, we're greatly honored to have in our midst the CECM Agriculture and Cooperatives Development, Nandi County. For them that do not understand the governance structure in Kenya, we have the national government and we have the county government, whose structure reflects the national government. Just as we have the Minister for Agriculture at the national level, we have a Minister for Agriculture at the county level. And so today we are honored to have him amidst us. He's been a friend of Solidaridad for a long time, and we really appreciate the support that Nandi County always gives Solidaridad anytime we have a project here. And so it's my noble duty and responsibility this afternoon to bring to us the Minister or the CECM Agriculture, Dr. Kiplimo Araplagat, to give us his remarks. Appreciate him as he comes. Karibu sana waziri.
Thank you, Anne. All the exhibitors, conference attendees and exhibitors and participants from all the countries. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. Thank you so much. I was privileged to have a cup of tea with you. I wanted to be here a bit more earlier so that I could really learn a lot, but I think the 1 hour I've sat there, Nicholas, I've learned a lot, and I'm excited. I'm very sure all the other presenters have a lot of also exciting presentations, and I'm very much happy that this event has taken place. I was here during the International Tea Day, but yesterday I could not be here because I was traveling with another meeting in Nairobi. But I purposed that I was to be here today, and I'm happy that I made it. And I think it is a very enlightening moment. So to the organizers of this conference, I want to congratulate you. This has been excellent. With the turn-up, the numbers that are here, I've interacted with some of the attendees from outside the country, and I'm very happy. This is a truly international summit, or Expo as it is, and I think it will open more doors for us here in Nandi. So as you've been told, I'm the County Executive Committee member for Agriculture and Cooperative Development at the County Government of Nandi. We have 47 county governments in Kenya, which are devolved governance units, and then one national government, and we all work together. In Kenya, agriculture sector is devolved, while policy and international trade is the function of the national government. So when we talk about international trade and all that, that is the responsibility of the national government. But we implement also the national government policies, legislations, strategies, and guidelines in all the value chains. And Kenya, being known for tea, Nandi is counted as one of the great producers of tea. We also produce coffee, we also produce sugarcane, we also produce avocado, and Nandi is now among the top 3 exporters of avocado in Kenya counties, but Kenya is the top exporter of avocado also internationally. So I think when I hear the presentation by Nicholas, it excites me, because I know farmers in Nandi, those who are doing tea, coffee, avocado for export, will be the immediate beneficiaries, and will find a way to partner. But not only that, I'm the national chair for the caucus of agriculture CECs at the national level. And I think we've been struggling to really find some of the right networks and technologies, what we call it disruptive agriculture technologies, that can help us allow farmers to access the market. But your product is wonderful because you're not only addressing the issue of the farmer, the smallholder farmer who probably needs to connect to the market, which is the market linkage. You also providing technology solution, and more exciting to me is about traceability, which is what we need now. For us to really sustain that market and expand that market in the global market space, we need traceability. So, coming back to the theme of this particular summit on specialty tea, we are excited that this is one of the first in the African region, and also in Nairobi. You don't need to have a trader in Mombasa. You don't need to have I don't know what. Once you produce in your factory, just need to get in touch with Nicholas and he places it in your international supermarket. And I think for those who do not understand this is actually a supermarket. Ni shelf, unaweka tu kwa shelf na people will see it and they place their order. Yes, and I think it's so exciting. We have DHL, I think we were here with DHL. They can ship it for you anywhere in the world with this platform. So I think we are becoming a truly global village. So my home is just nearby here, the next village. So it means I can also do my cottage industry there, do my products. I don't need to bring them to Nandi Hills. I can keep them in my room and I take the photos, put them on your, what was the name of the? Palmyra. Once it's there, I can trade. And I get my dollars here. In Nandi, we are now talking about dollar mashinani. So with dollar mashinani now, this is it. All the wakulima wa Nandi, we're here. Who are the farmers from Nandi County? Yes. So mnasikianga ile tunasemanga dollar mashinani. This is now the dollar mashinani. You get your dollars while seated there. You don't need to travel to Nairobi. You don't need to. What we just need, and actually we'll probably work with Kebroba. We have even the, what do you call this, Kipi. We have which other government agencies that we could bring on board to help them in branding, packaging, and all that. Huh? Kebroba. Do we still have Kebroba here? I think they were here also. Kebroba and
we have Kirby.
Kebs. Kirby, actually, I wanted to talk about Kirby. And I think as a government, I want to commit. I will engage Kirby and Kebroba. So all the cottage industry, those who are aspiring, and I will request boss so that we can organize. For those who are willing and they are ready to take up on this, I will facilitate this and we can support you to start your product at home. And with T-Board, we are going to do an MOU with them so that they can facilitate the licensing of your cottage factories. I saw quite exciting products, and I don't know the lady from Australia, she has left. She's there. Yes, this is exciting that we can see a range of products that we can produce. The other day I took some of the products that I saw here. And I think the future of tea is not in the big factories we are seeing for the black tea. It is here. If you know, you know. Unanielewa? Kama mnajua? So, tulikuwa tunafikiria tunajua, lakini sasa tunajua, hatukuwa tunajua. Si ndio? So hii tumegundua siri. So for our neighbors also from Uganda and the rest of the countries, we need to partner together so that Africa can be a truly source of natural products. This is very exciting for us as a country, and I think our partnership with the T-Board and other players bringing this Kiambu, Murang'a, and the rest of the counties that produce tea. I'm very sure we are going to really work and ensure that we have this. The other thing that you had me mentioning really about the EUDR, and I know for many farmers, our market in Europe now has developed new standards. We know for a very long time, tea we don't have so much problems. I know coffee, where we're still doing a lot of expansion, but even for tea, where we're expanding in the, be able to access and sustain and supporting regenerative agriculture. We want to move away from production of tea and coffee where you use herbicides, pesticides, or where you don't practice soil conservation. So we are promoting, and the entire Nandi escarpment now, we are embarking on a huge project to reclaim the entire Nandi escarpment, planting coffee, tea, but also doing afforestation, planting super napier to protect our soil from being washed away. So we want to encourage farmers to move away from the perennial, the short-term crops, the annual crops and the short-term crops, to shift to perennial crops like tea and coffee. So basically, tea will be the biggest beneficiary in some of these projects that we are embarking on, because the beauty similarly, you've got to practice other aspects of soil conservation, land management, the regenerative agriculture practices, and so on and so forth. And I think we have a good opportunity to really get started with this. So I was meant to be here in the evening to close this, but I know you still have presentations, so allow me just to say that I welcome you to Nandi. I know you are welcomed yesterday by the Deputy Governor, and to say that you are free to extend your stay here, enjoy the breeze and the chills of Nandi Hills, but it's much bigger than Nandi Hills. You can still go down the hill and enjoy also a bit of heat. So if you feel that it's too cold here, you just need to go 15 minutes down here and it will be very hot. That's the beauty of our county. And if you feel like you need some moderate temperature, another 15 minutes and you are in the plateau, which is very good. It's not too hot, it's not too cold. Nandi Hills is a bit cold, but if you go down here, it's very hot. You'll actually have to remove your clothes. So that's the beauty of our county. And we are very happy that we were born here, and we live to tell the story of our land from here to the world through this platform. Thank you so much. God bless you. Welcome again to Nandi.
Thank you, Waziri. For your comments. Before we go to lunch, just one thing. We would like to hear one story. We would like to hear one story, but before that story comes up, I'm informed we have in our midst the chairman of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Kisumu chapter, that is Israel Agina. Agina, thank you for being with us. You want to say jambo? You are also the chairman of ASK Kisumu. No? Okay.
Hamjambo. For those who don't know in Swahili, how are you? I hope you are all okay. I'm happy to be here, Waziri. My colleague, Mr. Eli Chepkwony, who is the chair for Nandi, is having a meeting with Jinwe Group. Jinwe Group are a team of MasterCard that is going to fund young women and youth into small businesses, the micro and small scale businesses. That's why he's not here with me, but otherwise we are very happy. This is a very good thing because we are the 14 Lake Region counties and we must work very hard to turn the tide so that people know that this is the place to be. Asanteni.
Yeah, actually I forgot to recognize Solidarity. They have partnered with us, and I think we appreciate that they have sponsored this. And when I saw the women in tea in Uganda, I was asking Anne, what about ours? And I said, so I need one for Nandi, because we have one so we've agreed, you've been partnering with us. And if possible, we can do for Nandi. I'm ready to support them through a cooperative. So if they can, I think we can work with you so that we can put them together. And I'm very sure we'll visit the Ugandan team and see how we can synergize and trade together jointly. Sindio? Thank you so much.
First of all, to welcome you here in these Orera tea gardens. The history of tea, I have been in tea for the last 50 years. I planted tea, the first bushes which were here, before I planted this one in 1972-71, right? So I have been with the tea all this time. It has not been all well with the tea. Tea farmers have been crying all the time that tea returns are not good, for no reasons which real farmers understand, including myself, all this time. So it came in 2009, I was elected a director of Nandi Tea Factory. I had told the farmers to elect me to go and find out why tea farmers have been always complaining. So I was elected there.
And now the voice and
so the growers elected me there as a director, but I did not survive long. When I was a director, I was exposed a lot to tea. I was taken to Kerisho Tea Research Center. It was being called Tea Research Foundation. Now it is TRI. Tea Research Institution, Kerisho. I was amongst the directors of Nandi Tea Factory. It is in that TRI that I met researchers who are doing purple tea research. They told me it was their 25th year of researching this tea which you see, this one. This is purple tea, all right? I went there when it was their 25th year, and they told me they are going to research for 30 years. So when I mixed with them well, they told me that this tea, unlike that green tea, has a lot of health benefits and it would face money later. And the farmers were not around to plant that. It was not ready to be rolled out to small-scale farmers till 2011-2012. That is the time the researchers would roll out this purple tea to go to the farmers. They told us that, like the coffee, they told us coffee started in Ethiopia. And they told us that when goats ate seeds of coffee, they were jovial, they behaved in different ways, goats in Ethiopia. So they told us that this tea also is like coffee. It has many health benefits. I asked them which are some of these benefits. They told me that this tea is anti-cancer. This tea softens diabetes. This tea is like blueberry, antioxidant, a lot of it. This tea is anti-aging. This tea rejuvenates, right? This purple tea. Then I wondered, I had lost my mother of cancer. I had lost my brother of heart attack. I had lost my other brother of cancer. And I have met this plant. They are telling me that it is anti-cancer. It inhibits the cells of cancer and prevent them from clustering. So I took it very seriously from those researchers at Kerisho. Then we came here, the factory introduced farmers field school. The factory introduced that one, the KTDA. We were being trained how to take care of tea, the green tea, the purple tea. At Kerisho, at Kangaita, we were told that if we plant this tea, they would come for it, process it there, then we get money. And we were advised, don't go up, don't
that is a long story of Horera. If you want to listen to the whole episode, it's free on YouTube. But now he's live here with us. And Mzee says if it goes to the end, it will tell the story. We will watch the story to the end. But now, we want to hear you live. Please join us on this green stage. And my able host, Anne Wanjogona, will be interacting with Mzee. So, welcome.
Of us, if not all of us, that we are in the right direction, and one day we will be proud to say we are the best specialty tea producers. You remember how he introduced himself yesterday? What did he say about himself? The best purple tea farmer, right? So I hope after this we will have the best something farmer or producer, okay? So thank you so much for taking your time to be with us this afternoon. Kindly give an introduction about yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, my name is Robert Murembi Mohammed. You call me Horera, from Horera Tea. I'm located in Nyeri County, just away from Nairobi. Before you come here, you pop at Karatina, 7 kilometers or 9 kilometers to my facility. Welcome.
Thank you so much. How many years have you been involved in tea farming?
Well, for the last 50 years, as per the link, I have been in tea. Until 2009, 2010. From that time, my exposure, being exposed as a director of that factory, going to Kerisho, me be compelled to start a small factory. I think it is the smallest tea producing facility in this republic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So his motivation came from exposure. Just as most of us are here to get some exposure and some lessons, and so that motivated him to start. And so I hope that one day we shall interview you to get to understand your story. Now, what is the size of your tea plantation?
You are very lucky today because you had the cabinet minister here who has come straight forward to tell the growers that he will be there to help them. My land is only 5 acres.
Round of appreciation. Only Ugandans. How many acres do you have? Onesimus?
58.
58. How much are you making from that?
Negative.
And Mzee here only has? 5.
Yes, and as I sit here, I am waiting when this forum gets finished because I have 4 kilos to export to US. Just 4 kilos, and it is the highest shipment from my company.
Now, small
it is.
How many kilos once again? And he's waiting for, he can't wait for this session to end, so that he goes back home and exports. How many kilos do you have? How many kilos are you in a position to produce? I hope you get motivated from this story. So would you kindly tell us your mode of production. Is it organic? How is it?
It is most organic. If you get that country, that package. Let me say, although I'm not certificated, given certificate that I'm organic, on which I believe we are cheated and trapped, I am organic. If you look at my package, it is beef ready. You can see.
Yeah.
And the government is doing something also, because you can see I have the logo made in Kenya, right? So the government is there with us. The logo, the beef ready. If you go there, you get bees and the frogs jumping over all over. That means there's no pesticides, there are no chemicals in that farm. I am organic, natural. Right? These people who are overseas, let me tell you, we are being cheated. This, we are living in a good country where we can grow without pests. Most of the European countries have not been there, but I have been a teacher. I taught about them. They use pests, so they give us rules and handles to obtain certifications which are not of our use but to their own benefit. This is why the president the other day said, right? We are serving other people's interests. That is where we are. It's a high time we stop serving other people's interests. How old am I? I'm not taking any medicine to be there, but it is health food.
Oh.
Right? That is where we should go.
Thank you. I'm already, let me not say what I feel. I already feel intimidated. Anyway, thank you so much for the great insights. It's time we stopped serving other people's interests and think about ourselves and the value we can get from our teas. Who are your main customers? Is it the international market, or do we have some consumption from the local market?
Mr. Maleta is here, the tea board. I would beseech, very honestly, the tea board, which is doing very well. Our tea board is doing the best so far. We appreciate. Our tea board is the best. As far as I have met the other growers from other countries, you are the best, Mr. Moretti. But, especially for purple tea, personally, because I have my vision, I think the tea board should not push me so much to get it. I should be encouraged to do local. There's money in local market. I do not need so much money. The money I need can come from local. Why am I saying from the local? Because if you look at my mission here, I have said my vision is purple tea and green tea to every household in Kenya and the world at large by 2030. So I expect 2030, that is why my product should reach the world. My people first. Why? Because this product is for the health. I started processing it because when I went to TRI as per my link, we found that I asked the researchers about it, and they told me it's about health. If you discover something for your people, to use up your people first or the world, the purple tea should be for Africa, if not for Kenya. It should go to Uganda, Zimbabwe, West Africa, where Tirawari is, and the others. Okay. About the market, but I'm not refusing to take the world, right? Because I have 4 kilos which I'm going to take to US. So I'm working with the world also, but later.
Thank you so much. Now, you told us that you can't wait for this conference to end and you go and ship your tea, which is only 4 kgs. Now, my question is, what strategies have you been using to access the current market that you're serving? I know you hope also to serve the local market and the Kenyan market, but I want to believe that the main market is the export market for you currently. So what strategies have you been using to market your tea both locally and internationally? We are taking a commercial break. Hold on a little bit. I wish I had some, you DJ, give me some commercial break music, but I hope you enjoyed the music in your brain. So let's proceed. Karibu mzee.
Yeah.
So my question was, what strategies have you been using to market your teas, both locally and internationally?
Yes, many speakers who have come here have told you that, very frankly, there is no market for purple tea. There is no market. So we are looking for the market. Mr. Manette came here and he told you the same. So from my ring you heard me say, let me beat the bush until I get the market. That is where I am. I'm putting the bush, I'll get the market. Katanga is doing the same. He cannot come here and say he has got a late market to tell you purple growers to take purple to him. He's here. There's no red market. Am I correct? Iko kidogo. But it has not come out. Because we have a lot of purple tea and he has not come out to the radio to tell the farmers bring purple tea here. So it has not come out well.
So are you trying to advise us that we should not sit and wait for the market to come, but we should go out looking for the market?
Let me say this. If you are interested in selling probably milk, right? Do you first of all, you have said you can see there are people who can drink milk. Do you first of all look for milk, put it here so that you go out there? You look for the calf, which will get milk. So do not be afraid. Why am I saying this? Because when I visited TRI, Elisha, they had already started researching on purple tea. 2011-2012, they rolled this crop to the farmers with the intention that they will get money later. But their idea backfired, right? You have heard the cabinet secretary saying, many people gave it up, others uprooted, it is only Boaz who was left. So I would encourage those people who is purple tea not to uproot it, because as Mr. Karaja is saying, the market is there. Now what we are being told by Mr. Karaja is that the volume is small. So get into it. Mr. Karaja is asking for the volume, we give him the volume. So go on.
Do not fear to start.
Don't fear.
Do not fear to start. Start. You will always find a way out. I allow Mzee to take a sip of water, then I ask him my next question. What would you highlight as the main challenges from production to the market aspect in your business?
The main challenge of tea, the challenge is not only in purple tea. The challenge is also in tea industry in general. Why? Before purple tea, this tea was there. Farmers have not been getting enough. See? Why? Marketing. Let me be very sincere. The other day the president said, it is unforgivable. He said this, it is unforgivable that he has gone out of this country and he has not found a packet like this made in Kenya in the international channels. And we are boasting that we are the third producer of tea in the world. But we do not have a packet like this in the shelf. What is that? It means this tea we are growing here, We are just growing his heads in Mombasa. We should work hard to see our cherubs, our tea in the international cherubs. The British, in fact, the other day, I had visitors from California University. There was a British man by name Philip. I told him, a lecturer at California University pointed out that the British is the greatest marketer of tea. Yet, its acreage is minimal. Where do they get that tea? They get it from us. Why should we not? I told him to take care. We are going there. It is not going to take long before we get there. We get our package like this into those shelves. Until we do that, we are not going to rest. And our president has said this, and we are going to be behind him. We are not going to take anything to chance. If this link was spread to the head, there is a place I said,
use the microphone.
Unless the government's hand is felt in the tea industry, farmers will always cry. I said this, and I would repeat the same here. Unless the presidents, now not one president, until all our presidents in East Africa hand is felt in the tea industry, their people will always cry. I have been a farmer for 50 years, and I'm still crying. The president now should come up. This meeting is not just any other meeting, this one. Let it be a wake-up call to the leaders. Because if they do not wake up, I'm sorry, it can go the West African way. Let it be taken care of. When you go to the farm, you plant tea, you nurse that plant for 3 years, and then you do not get anything, then your children do not want even to see that chaba because it is not bringing anything, and you have brought them up with that crop, then something has to be addressed. There is no shortcut about this. I'm sorry.
No shortcut. The government has to come in and create an enabling environment for the tea industry players.
It has to.
We hope the Tea Board of Kenya takes this up because
the Tea Board is doing its best.
The Tea Board is doing its best.
We are very proud.
Let's appreciate TBK then. But there is always room for improvement. Kindly take note of that and let it get to the authorities that unless the government does something, its people will always cry. Unless it does something, its people will always cry. Now, before I give him an opportunity to make his closing remarks and maybe give a piece of advice to the starters, anyone with a burning question to Mr. Horera? Anyone? Right. Former PC.
Allow me to say, mine is not a burning question. I want to register a sincere appreciation to our tea research of Kenya, that is the one in Kericho, because it is out of that organization that brought out the purple tea. So today we are walking on the stairs which were prepared by the Tea Research of Kenya. Thank you so much, Tea Research. That was my big answer.
All right. Join her in appreciating the Tea Research Institute. There is someone asking a question here.
Asante sana mzee. Mzee mkulima, nataka kuuliza, nawezi kupata mbegu za purple tea? Mbegu na mimi nipeleke Uganda nianze kupanda, kwa kuwa watu wetu wanakufaga kansa. Nilikuwa na kuomba kabla sijatoka hapa
tutafutie mbegu twende nazo.
And Kiswahili beats mine. Well, okay, no comment. Before the response to that.
Yeah, thank you. My comment from this sharing a story. Ugandans, we have been actually thinking that the Kenyans are exporting our tea under their names. Now I'm surprised that even the Kenyans now are crying that their teas are not in the shelves in the UK. Now from that, now I find that we have a common problem, which we are sharing as the tea farmers. Now it's high time now that we come together. I think that's why this conference, the benefit we have got from this conference, that now onwards, we come together as tea farmers. We market our East African brand. We market our African brand globally. That we should not say this is a farmer from Kenya, this is a farmer from Uganda, but we should be tea farmers, promote our tea, and we shall beat everyone. Now I'm actually surprised. British or Europe, they are the marketers, the best marketers of tea, and they don't have. What do we learn from that? I thank you, Mzee. I thank the organizers of this conference. I'm going back. I saved the man. Kenya and Ugandans and all the tea farmers, we are the same, and we should fight and make our tea a very good beverage globally. Thank you.
Since Ugandans want to speak, all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Mzee. I wanted to inquire as a small farmer, what is your income from your 4 kilos export? Thank you. Because I had lost hope as a small farmer.
Let's first answer those 3 and then we shall close.
Yeah, the first question is about the seats, and I said our tea board is excellent, 100% when I compare to the people who have joined us in this forum from other countries. Let Mr. Marete answer that question, because Dr. Sharo, they are here from TRI. Here you are.
Yeah, since we have the man who developed the bubble tea, I think he's better placed to explain.
Let's appreciate the man that developed it. We respect you. Asante.
Thank you so much, and we take the kind compliments. Thank you. The purple tea is available. That's what I should confirm. But as breeders, wherever you develop a variety, there's something called plant breeders' rights, where you develop a variety, and if you're to give that variety to maybe a partner who is not within the country, there's normally some royalty to be paid, or there's a procedure for jamplers in exchange. We are working closely with the NARO, Uganda, and Ronald. I've not seen him today.
He's around. Ronald is around, yeah.
We are working closely with Ronald. I think we're in the process of developing structures so that some of these best materials developed here in Kenya should be exploited within the region. So we are working closely as researchers, and I think in the near future you'll see it in Uganda.
Thank you. Let's appreciate it. I want to hand this mic to Dr. Ronald. He speaks in a language that his Ugandan team will understand, so that they do not say Kenya tulikataa kuwapatia mbegu.
Okay, I've been a little ambushed. Okay, she wanted me to say something about Papa and Speciality. What I can say is to understand the history, just 1 minute. We are together with Kenya and Tanzania in tea breeding. When 1975, Uganda was started fighting, what remained with was the gene bank. For 40 years, we didn't have a Ugandan scientist until 2015. So what happened, summary, what Dr. Charo was talking about is simple. From 1975, our Ugandan farmers, you know this, we had instabilities, etc. From 1975 to 2018, when I visited Kericho, they had released the 58 varieties. Uganda, we started organizing tea research, reading, etc. in around 2015. So as farmers are struggling, researchers, we are struggling a little, but the hope is we were welcomed with open hands from Kericho. We are in the process of having the germplasm transfer agreement so that we have the purple tea officially. What happens in science, if you smuggle it, Dr. Gerard can report Ronald to International Genetic Court. So that's why we do it officially, pay royalties. But also the beauty we have in Uganda, when the East African community collapsed in 1975, Kenya could not carry the gene bank. So we have the old gene bank of the entire East Africa. So the situation in basic language is, Uganda, the government can collapse, but the banknotes remain. So we remain with the gene bank. Some of them have some little trace of purple tea. But what we are promising Ugandan farmers, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, to take 10 years or so without purple tea. So that's why we are forging collaboration. And for me on day one when I met him, my expectation in the workshop was finished. Thank you.
A big one expectation has been met. I'll be leaving this place a happy woman. Do not smuggle our tea. Utajipata kotini, sawa? Usismuggle chai yetu. Na wewe usismuggle. Mzee usimpe, sawa? Ukimpa ni kusmuggle.
To get the seedlings is not hard. The thing is just to grow it. We ate ugali together. When she went to America, she asked for 200 grams. No, 200 grams. Now you see she is asking for 4,000 grams. The market is there. And as I have said, you are lucky, the government now is coming in. I started it lonely, but with the help of the tea board, it was not hard. The cabinet secretary, I said, go to him, he will talk with the tea board, he will be licensed. You in Uganda, Uganda is also a blessed country. I was a teacher, I taught some geography there around that area, all right? Your country is more blessed than Kenya. Most of the land is arable. Bananas almost grow naturally, right? Don't give up. South Korea in 1965 at the Yugogo, South Korea and Kenya in 1965 they had the same GPD, right? The same. What did Korea do? Korea took manufacturing. Kenya did not take manufacturing. Korea protected its manufacturing sector. Kenya did not. Uganda did not. Huh? So, it is not too late for our countries to visit where they misstepped and they take a step and they get it right. We hope so with more people on the ground. Am I communicating? Yes.
Give your final remarks and a word of encouragement to the starters.
Thank you very much. This is a very great day for me. And in an international congregation, I never dreamt it of. I don't know what to say, but I pray and hope that we keep it up, work hard, and no shortcut to working hard, And you should, we all accept that in tea industry, tea is not for Dick and Harry. Tea is a serious business, and it is food industry, so it requires a lot of compliances. You have to risk, to do some risk, and you have to persevere. You must be resilient, and you are going to succeed, right? But you must also have a plan B. If you fail this one, you try this one, all right? Don't go at all like myself the way I did, and you know we do not have the equal resiliences. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him as Mr. Marete escorts him back to his seat.
My role model.
Wacha usaidiwe na How was the session? How was the session?
So much.
Then let's give him a round of appreciation. I want to summarize the session, and these are my takeaways. 1, do not fear to. Do not fear to. Number 2, do not stop serving other people's interests. Think about yourself first before you can think about the others. One thing I noticed about, I want to take us back to one of the sessions we had earlier this day, and I want to give you what is written in his package. I hope I will not offend him, but this is a story that we were told, that tea buyers do not buy tea. They buy an experience. This is what he has written. Horera tea is a premium Kenyan tea grown, processed and packaged at source on the pristine slopes of Mount Kenya, 7,000 feet above the sea level. It represents unsurpassed richness, freshness, and quality from uncompromising leaf husbandry. In using our products, you will not only enjoy the rich taste of our tea, but it will also support hundreds of women who form the bulk of the supply chains at Horera Tea. Why wouldn't you buy such a tea? Why wouldn't you buy such a tea? One, you already know where it's grown, and you know the ripple effect it will have on the community, and you are assured of what to expect as you taste your tea. As he says, it represents unsurpassed richness, freshness, and quality from uncompromising leaf husbandry. Let's give it up for Horera once again. And with that, we close our session, and I invite you to enjoy lunch at the very same venue. So a volunteer to give us a word of prayer. We were told one thing Kenyans we do, we pray for everything. And now the worst mistake is you have a Akorino in front of you. So we must pray. For them that know Akorino ni watu wa nini? Wa maombi na Mungu. So a final prayer for our lunch, a volunteer. If you don't volunteer, we'll volunteer you. Hamutaombea chakula tukakule? Achani? Mokorino ameongea sana wewe. Mokorino has been talking, so.
Let us stand up. Oh Lord, our Heavenly Father, we ask you to bless the food we are going to eat. After eating, give us strength to do your work. Glory be to us. Amen.
Pockets, and I'll be talking about addressing the governance issues in family-owned farms, and I know there's a big representation of that amongst the listeners. Before I start, I think the first two speakers in the morning were very interesting, and what I took from their talk was about branding. They were talking about branding. They were talking about telling your story, and they talked something about territory and origin. And I think the third session, where one of the questions was about how Uganda and Kenya can, partner and do something together. And this is very interesting because as we learned that purple tea, Kenya is the best producer of purple tea. And I must recognize Mr. Herrera, whom I've also learned a lot from in purple tea. And we learned that Kenya is one of the best purple tea producers in the world. And maybe it's time to consider how to protect our heritage as Africans, as East Africans. I don't know if you know the case of Kiondo, when I think Kiondo is made by Kikuyu women, and it's a traditional art. But they say that a country that I will not name, but one of the bigger countries came, took that technology and went back to their country and have mechanized that tradition. And they are producing Kiondos using our traditional knowledge. And given that they are mechanized, there's no way you can compete with them. And so even in purple tea, we can think of how to guard what has been given to the region. So there's something called geographical indications, and this is not my talk, but I thought it's important to just comment on that. I'll just read something small. So a geographical indication is a protection given to anything based by virtue of its geographical origin. So purple tea that originates from Kenya or from East Africa can qualify for this protection. It's been given to things like wine, I think French wine, Swiss chocolate, the watches from Switzerland. So also as a region, East Africa community, maybe it's something worth considering, because not only will it protect our heritage, but it will also boost the marketing and branding that we're talking about. So that's just an observation. Now to my talk. Yeah, so like I mentioned, my name is Kathy Puthia. I'm an advocate, and I am from the firm of Puthia Advocates, which is a missional, I describe myself as a missional entrepreneur. And what that means is that I feel our business model is about impacting sectors, impacting clients. It's not just run-of-the-mill legal services, but we want to make a difference and to impact positively. And so one of the sectors we would really love to impact is the specialty tea sector. And today I'm talking about the governance issues that come with family farms. And this is not just for Kenyan family farms. The challenges are the same across the world. And probably, I could say, they're the same across the world, because a family farm is a family farm business. It's any business or family farm that's owned by 2 or more family members. And I know all of us here have come from that model. Africans are farmers. Africans are farmers, and this is our mainstay. So about 80% of tea factories are considered to be family owned. So just give me a minute. Okay, so my grandfather, so I come from the Mount Kenya region, but I grew up in Nandi. My first 2 years, I was in a place called Kogujoi. I don't know if you know it. Somewhere in Aldai, just after Kaptumo Center. I grew up there. But my grandfather now in Mount Kenya, he used to plant tea. He also planted coffee. And that was what was used to educate our parents, my aunties, my uncles. They went to school courtesy of farming, family farm. And the farm has been handed over to some of my uncles. But when you come to the third generation, that is us, is it the grandchildren or the great-grandchildren, nobody is interested in those farms. People prefer to do white-collar jobs. People don't want to be in the village, they want to be in the cities. And these are some of the challenges that family farms face. And this is despite the importance that family farms give to the economy. The statistics, 80% of factories are considered to be family-owned businesses. About 40% of employment in Kenya, 40% is related to farming, and directly family farms, 40%. And I think about 60%, I'll get the correct number, but about 60% of the GDP is attributed to farming. So despite the importance of farming to the economy, family farms face a lot of challenges. And I know there are very many challenges, but my scope today is on the governance challenges, because I know they face, one of the problems is where to get capital. Capital is a problem in some areas, and another challenge is maybe the technical know-how, especially amongst the third generation or fourth generation. There are people who don't even know how to hold a panga, they don't know how to farm. So that's also a challenge that is faced. But today I'm going to be talking about governance. So very quickly, a family-owned enterprise, because family farms are businesses and they're called family-owned enterprises. So it's a business that is owned by one or more family members. It could be husband and wife, parent and child, it could be siblings. And in our African context, we have a lot of family farms by virtue of the definition. Globally, there are many family-owned businesses that have survived very many generations. The oldest family-owned business is a Japanese restaurant that was opened in 800 AD. It is still operational, believe it or not. It is still standing, it is still profitable, and you can imagine how many generations those are from 800 AD to date. And we did the research. I also published something for family-owned businesses. So we did a little research on why that restaurant is still standing. And one of the things that we found out, it's a very strong vision. The vision has never changed. So it's a very values-driven and vision-driven business. So as we think of that, how many of us have a very strong vision and value for their business, you know? So that is one of the things that has held the restaurant together. And the legacy has been passed on. So the technical know-how of how they prepare their food and so on, it's passed on from one generation to the next. And this is something that is interesting I was listening to the speakers in the morning, and we managed to watch the teas from all over the world, from Indonesia, from Vietnam and so on. And some of them you might find even historical know-how. It's a family secret or it's a tribal secret. I'm here to take more sick, but these are some of the things. These are traditional secrets that are owned by a tribe, because that technical know-how is not with many people. So that restaurant has survived all those years because of that and because of structures. And so in Kenya or in Africa, the statistics are not good because there are a number of failed family businesses. I don't need to tell you the stories. I know you read about them in the news, and it's very shocking because you find a business is doing very well, but the founders are there. Then when the founder retires, or God forbid, the founder dies, then all the drama comes out, and you wonder what is really the problem. And for me, I think what gave me interest in this area, I used to ask, what is the problem? Like, you know, what is the issue? Because if you look at the reports, is there any successful African family-owned business? Maybe someone can tell me one that has gone third, fourth generation. Any? Maybe we are getting there by God's grace. So the statistics are that many family-owned businesses barely make it to the second generation. You know them, the businesses of the 80s. And because I don't want to defame anybody, but you know them. They used to be big, they're not there anymore. And the reason, just before I go to the reason, yet in the global scenario, there are many successful family-owned businesses. Think about Ford, which is almost 100 years old. Think about Walmart. Think about BMW. These are businesses that have stood hundreds of years. And so the question that we are asking is, what are they doing out there that we are not doing here? Or what can we copy and learn from them? And this is what I want to maybe present to us today. I read a book where the author, you know, because everyone is asking what is the problem. So this author felt like Africans were not given the same opportunities like the Asians and the colonial, the Europeans, because they started their businesses early. Africans were not allowed to, you know, to open or run businesses. So there was some sort of economic oppression, and he said that Africans maybe started their businesses maybe 30 or so years ago. But for the Asians, they had a head start because they could open their businesses pre-colonial, and also the colonialists who are here, of course, their businesses have been hundreds of years. So that is one school of thought. I think it's called the post-colonial theory, and it's a theory in family-owned businesses. But here are some of the reasons why family-owned businesses may fail. Sorry, again, before I go to that, I want to talk about the cycles of family-owned businesses. So the family-owned businesses and family farms, in this case, they are classified according to the stage. And the first stage is the founder stage, where the founder is still alive, the founder is still very active in the business, but the founder maybe is preparing to move out of the business. And many family-owned businesses are in this stage, they're in the founder stage. The second stage is called the siblings partnership, where the founder has already exited. Maybe he has retired, or maybe, God forbid, maybe they're deceased. And so it's the next generation that has taken over the business. It's called a siblings partnership because it is now brothers and sisters and whatever who've taken over the business. And why this distinction is important is because there are different needs according to the stage at which the business is. So founder stage, the most critical thing is succession planning, because people want to leave things in order. So that's a critical thing. For siblings partnership, you find the founder has already done the succession planning. Now the story that comes up is, how do you maintain harmony between the siblings? How do you make sure they don't fight? How do they maintain their relationship? So you have 4 siblings, but there can only be one leader. You have 4 siblings, but you can only have one MD. So how do you go about that in the siblings level? And cousins federation, this is where the siblings are gone. They have exited or they have died, and now they have left for their children. See, the child of my sister is my nephew or niece, and so these 2 are cousins. That's why it's called a cousins federation. So the business goes having very many interested parties. It started maybe with 2 founders. The 2 founders have 4 children. The 4 children each have 4 children. So you have 16 people who are laying claim to that same business. And when it comes to family-owned, family farms, it becomes even more critical, because when it comes to land, let's say land is the asset. So 2 people own the land, went to 4 people. Now how do 16 people own a piece of land? And if you go on, how do 64 people, how do 400 people own that one piece of land? And these are the issues in Cousins Federation. And the challenges they face are because of a lot of competition. One issue is employment. You have 10 grandchildren who are all lawyers, or 10 grandchildren who are all experts in farming. So which grandchild do you pick to manage the business? So these are very hard decisions to make. How do they share the dividends? Money has been made, how do you split it across all these people? And of course conflict. When there are many people, the more the conflict. Now, all is not lost because family-owned businesses are very unique, and family farms are even more unique. And the biggest unique thing about family-owned business is that there's a family relationship. That's what distinguishes them from other businesses. Safaricom, for example, no one knows, I mean the owners, the directors, it's not like they're cousins or anything. They don't have a family relationship, but for a family-owned business, you cannot do away with that. So you cannot go to the office and say, now this is not my cousin, this is not my wife. I mean, those relationships are there. And the biggest challenge, and I think this is what we found, and we did a bit of research, and we found from the IFC handbook on family-owned businesses, the biggest challenge is the complex relationship between family members. That is what makes family businesses challenging, because of the family relationships. And this is what makes them different from other family businesses. And so the secret of success, according to the resources we have read, is to manage that family relationship. There's a good friend of mine who likes saying, the secret of family-owned businesses, family first, business later. So when your family is, there's cohesion, there's unity and all that, then there'll be a very strong business that you will have. But when the family relationship is shaky, then those battles will spill over into the business. When we were growing up, there's a restaurant we used to go to, owned by husband and wife. They used to cook very good food, very nice nyama choma. Everyone used to go there after church. So when they divorced, when they were going through a divorce, the standards started coming down. And at some point, the restaurant shut. challenges, and I'm sure you can guess some of the challenges. One of them is rivalry. Rivalry amongst family members is greed and entitlement, you know. So you find when the founder exits, then the fights begin. I know of a Kenyan case, I won't name. It's been in court from the 80s. From the time some people were even born, those guys were already in court. And they have still been fighting, it's not been concluded. And at some point there was even a murder case where one of the, is it grandchildren or great-grandchildren, where one of them even hired hitmen to eliminate their competition. So that is one of the things, rivalry amongst family members. Then the second challenge is not incorporating professionals into the family business. I don't know, we have founders here. Hello, founders. This one is a problem because many founders, and I hope you won't be offended, they want their children to eat their sweat. You don't want someone from outside to come and work for the business. Now, unfortunately, many times the child is not the best placed to manage that business. There are those children who are very good and professional and they are the best. But in some cases, the child or the person you want to leave the business to is not up to it. And that's something that people have a challenge accepting. You find maybe, and I'm just giving a hypothetical example, that you find maybe, let me give a real example of an American company where one of the heirs is a party animal, a celebrity. She describes herself as, what are they called, socialite. And imagine leaving your business of 100 years to this socialite. Already, when she's not in the business, she's already spending, you know, party, what, you know, always hosting people. Now imagine deciding you're going to leave this big chain of hotels to this socialite just because she's your granddaughter. But this is the problem that causes family-owned businesses to collapse. When you don't incorporate professionals. Then a third is no proper governance structures, and I think many times you find things like financial systems and structures, those things are not there. Decision making, it's not there. Najua mzee ndio amesema, the head of the home, najua my word is final. So those, you know, lack of this governance structure. And then there's also some founders who don't invest in training the next generation. There's this assumption that they know, yet you find they don't. They need mentorship. So you find when the founder is retiring, the next generation, they are ill prepared. They want to take over, they are willing to take over, but they have not been trained. They don't know how things run. And this is a difference between us and the Asian-owned businesses. If you go to any Asian-owned business, at least in my time, you'll find that the young child, Jona Kupatia change. I'm sure you've seen that. They're the ones who are giving you change. They know everything about that business. They know how to clean the business. I have a friend from that community, and he was telling me, you know, you're given things like even how to wash the office and so on. There's nothing about that business they don't know, even where to get soap. So by the time it's time for the next generation, they are well equipped. And then a fifth one is lack of research or benchmarking. I think lack of mentorship, we've talked about that. No clear division between family relationship and the business. And this is very funny because I know of a law firm where husband and wife, but there's no division in the business in terms of when they have a bad day at home, in their office, it would be very evident that they are fighting. When they have a good day, things flow well. So there's lack of a clear division. Sometimes you'll find the child working on your computer and you're an associate, but there's no division. Unajua, hii mali ni ya baba yetu, you're just an employee. So there's lack of that division. And this one is an interesting one, the eighth one, favorism. And someone was telling me that as a parent, you will always have a favorite. I don't know if it's true. But they're saying it is there. There's always that favorite child. I think even in the Bible it's there. The story of Rebecca, Jacob and Esau. There's always a favorite. But this causes problems. And this is the cause of rivalry. Because, in fact, even if you look at the story of Joseph in the Bible, where he was a favorite, but look at what happened to him because of rivalry. So, the favorism by the founders is very dangerous, and it's a cause of fighting. And I know in the African setting, there's a gender issue, where I don't know if it still happens, but I leave that open. So some founders offer better treatment to children who work in the business over those who don't. So the child who has agreed to come and work in the factory is the one who will be favored over the ones who don't. Or in some cases you find the daughters are left out of important decisions. Hii kitunia, it's for the sons. So these things cause a lot of favorism. And also another challenge is not considering the sweat of the family members who work in the business over those who don't. So this is different because you find there's a child who wants to work in the family farm or in the factory, but now you treat all of them equally. So that's another challenge. And then there's a reluctance to hire outside the family. Wow, the challenges are so many. There's also bad succession planning, where, you know, there's this thing in Africa where you think if you start putting your house in order, it means that you're about to go. I think there's that mentality. Ukiona mtu anaandika will, it's like some ancestor somewhere anamwambia, you know, time has come. But bad succession planning is also a cause of failure in family-owned businesses. Disputes, unclear role of in-laws and spouses, and lack of interest and commitment, especially with this new generation. People are not interested in family. So who are you going to leave your business to? Who are you going to leave your hard-earned sweat to? And so those are some of the challenges. And now family-owned farms, other than the family business challenges, there are some upcoming challenges that agriculture and family farms are facing, and one of them is meeting the demand for food because of rural to urban migration. So I think I talked to someone who was saying food security is an issue. This generation, the new one, they don't want to work in farms. And so the challenge means that tea factories in Kenya have to attain sustainability to meet the demand, while at the same time addressing challenges faced in the agricultural sector. Studies have shown that family farms, many of them don't succeed more than 5 years. They don't go more than 5 years due to lack of interest. So as you do your business, as you do your specialty tea, think ahead in terms of succession planning, and will your business survive and continue when you're not there? So without much ado, still some more statistics here. Many founders are reluctant to choose successors. You don't want to say ni huyu. This is the one, if I'm not in, itakuwa ni huyu. And the fear is because of the fear perception, how will the other children take it. But in some cases, it's advisable to pick early who the successor is, only in some cases. Now, 98% of founders, family farms in India, the founders, they left their business to sons without considering competence. So you find your daughter is more qualified, your daughter is hardworking, she has all those things, but simply because she's a woman, she's kept aside, and the son is given that a whole 98%. And some of those decisions are not always the best, in the best interest
of the business or in the best interest of longevity. So gender is an issue that clouds proper succession planning. Only 33% of surveyed family-owned farms have succession plans. Those are surveyed and only 33% have succession plans. Now in Kenya, tea factories, this is very specific to tea factories. Less than 75% of tea factories have a board selection process or succession process. So, sorry, the directors are just appointed, because you're the most popular, you're the best speaker maybe in forums, and someone is appointed as a director of a tea factory without considering competence. And about 70% of factories are not balanced between executive and non-executive directors. So we are not here to dampen your mood. There's good news, and there are certain tools that you can use to make sure that your family farm or your family, your family business goes on for many generations. And this situation is not only for Kenya. So for our international attendees, this is also relevant because this is a global benchmark done by the IFC. And to address those challenges, we have, the secret is to manage, remember, the family relationship and also manage the business relationship. So there are tools called family governance tools, which you can use to manage the family governance, and then there are tools called the business governance. My colleague will come and mention one or two things about some of these tools, but I can just highlight them quickly. So family governance are the tools, the mechanisms, the structures that or their grandchildren and told their story. Like in the morning, the speaker was saying about telling your story. So how many of us have sat with our families, told our stories, told our vision, and this is done through family meetings, and that is the simplest form. I'm looking at number 4. And there's something called the family assembly or the family council. So the more you are, now when it goes to your grandchildren, let's say there are 64 family members, how can you hold a family meeting frequently? That is what they're calling the family council, yeah, where each family nominates a representative. That's the simplest form. We have other family governance tools. My colleague will mention in 2 minutes. There's something called the family constitution. Then there's something called the family employment policy. How do you employ all these people? You have 50 grandchildren. Who qualifies to work in the business? How do you go about it? We have things like family redemption policy and family shareholding policy. And when it comes to business governance, we have things like succession planning. Who will own your shares? Because if you don't think about that now, I think the law is the same in Uganda and most of Commonwealth countries. A share, when you don't bequeath it in a will, it will go to court, to the succession court. And people are going to fight over ownership of the company. And the kind of orders, someone will go to court and get an injunction to stop the company from running, simply because there was no succession planning. So in terms of even ownership of the company, it's good to have these thoughts. Who is going to own my share when I'm not there? And how do you prevent court? There's I did a training for a family-owned business with a friend, and we found out that litigation is what kills also these family businesses, because someone will go and get a court order to stop even the accounts, the bank accounts from being used and whatever from operating. And in Kenya, and I'm sure even in Uganda and other countries, court takes long You hear there's a case from the 1980s. So imagine if someone has a court order to stop the affairs of the company until conclusion of the case. That company is as good as finished, yeah? And not to mention that litigation is expensive. I was presenting that training with a non-lawyer, and he was saying, you lawyers, you're the ones who benefit from the succession planning, because the lawyer will continue to be paid fees in all this litigation. So you find at the end of it all, the estate has zero value, but the lawyer has a fat, has made a lot of money. There are some lawyers who even say, okay, if you can't afford my fees, give me a piece of land. I've valued my fees at 50 million, so that piece of land in Runda, to pay for you to fight. So you're paying for someone, you're paying someone who is helping you to fight, and you're giving him a piece of land. And with all due respect to lawyers in the room and my colleagues in the profession, it is a perception that is there, that litigation is expensive, and the people who actually gain, they say is the lawyers. Najua, there's this Kiswahili saying, and I think ng'ombe mbili zikipigana, I don't know, ni nyasi inaumia or something. So there are people who gain from that fight, and it's a very expensive thing. Just before I call my colleague, another, number 6, is hiring external professionals. So sometimes it's good to be real and say, okay, none of my children are able to run this business. They don't even know agriculture, or maybe they're not interested. So you cannot throw away your business just because they're not interested. You can get managers or a management team or an advisory board to run that business on behalf of your grandchildren and so on. I think I will, just before I close, maybe I can invite my colleague at this stage to say 1 or 2 things before I close. He just, sorry? For 1 minute. Yeah, because I'll take the other 1 minute to close. So I'm inviting Davis. Yeah, Davis Tor is an associate and advocate with us, and we've worked with him on a lot of family-owned briefs. 1 minute so that I can close. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. As I introduced earlier, my name is Davis Tor, Korir. And I'm going to touch on a few aspects that I think have been mentioned, but just to explain them is that in order to effectively run these family businesses, to ensure that there is a seamless transition and ensure that the company has a competitive advantage in the market, it is important to have certain tools of governance. And as mentioned before, there is a family business constitution. So the family business constitution usually stipulates how these affairs of the family in relation to the business will be run. For example, it will also state the roles of various children in the family, as well as in transitions downwards, the role of cousins and grandsons as generations go by. So it will also provide for how disputes will be resolved. As you've heard before, that going to court is somehow time consuming and expensive. So this one will state that in the worst case scenario, we are not going to go to court, but choose this mode of dispute resolution, such as mediation. So at that point, it is when now the family members, in case of any dispute that involves the business and families, then that is when they will go to mediation committee so as to resolve it. So the constitution will establish a mediation committee and also what is known as a family council. So a family council, I think, has been talked for before. So that will also be there for the effect of providing roles of various siblings within the organization of the family. Another thing is having different policies, such as the one I mentioned before on mediation. Another one is dividend and redemption, how the dividends of the family will be divided according to various lineages. So in that we will have a family line representative. So like family line A involves his son or daughter, family line B, C and D in that order. So I think that is all I can mention for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Davis. I think you are less than 1 minute. Thank you. Having said all this, before we go into the question and answer if there are any, I think as Mr. Enoch mentioned, we have managed to interact with some of the businesses, and not only in tea and specialty, we have also done family businesses in different sectors. We've done hotels, we've done construction and so on. So what I want to offer, because I had said we are all about impact. In case you're interested in learning more, my contacts are there and you can write down my direct line if you're interested. And my direct line is 0712 88 5788. You can call me and we arrange whatever other questions you may have. And this is what I'm offering to the members here. If you are interested, you can invite us to your factory. We just come and have this discussion, because one of the other things is that for family-owned business, it's a very case-by-case basis. So you can invite us and we will take you through a presentation tailor-made for you, and we are not going to charge you for that. Yeah. No, before you clap. We will not charge you for the first visit only. But yeah, we'll talk. You have my number. Yes, so over to the organizers, maybe. Maybe there are, I don't know if there are questions. Okay. Amos, please come and help.
Kindly go back to the chart, governance chart. Yeah, on this one, I think perhaps you skipped one thing, because I've seen from number 1 to the last, you don't have memorandum and articles of association in time in cases of business, because there must be amendment. Because you have written family constitution and so on, but you have skipped amendment.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think it's covered under loosely covered under number 9, number 10, shareholder agreements, and that's a good observation. So shareholder agreements are part of the articles of association, and they are also subsidiary to the shareholder agreements. And we also have the company dividend and the under number 9 organizational, but that's a good observation. Also the mem acts are in terms of both, I think, let me see what that could be. In number 5, both restructuring, I think under business, and both charter, organizational structure, shareholders agreement. Thank you.
Yeah, those they don't replace MEMAT.
Okay, I'll add that. Thank you.
Mine is not a question, it's a comment. I think when you are discussing, we should not talk about a favored child. I don't think it's a favored child, because they were all born and they carry the same. And they were brought up the same. But somehow, when the parents get old, there might be one child who takes care of the parents. Knows what they feed, what they eat, what they eat, when they go to hospital, etc., etc. Definitely, that child you are working with, it might not that you are favoring that child, but it's obvious. It's not helping you. So you have to share. That's my father take a football.
Thank you for that.
So I think we should replace favored child with supportive child. All right. Any other response, feedback, or question before I close the session? South Africa, you have such issues? Or you are a bit, you are more organized. All right. Okay. I guess Dr. Kathy, these members would like to talk to you in private. But we thank you very much for your presentation. It moves away from the organoleptics, from the market trends, and and now comes to corporate governance, which also is a very important aspect of sustainability of our businesses. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Round of applause. I've been given a 5 minutes breather session. So just take 5 minutes and recoup. It's also good to meditate, isn't it?
Good. Would like to release you. We'll be serving tea maybe the next 30 minutes, but you'll be served outside in the field. So feel free, walk around, interact, enjoy your tea in the next 30 minutes. The tea fraternity invited guests will reassemble at 7 o'clock for the last session. Are we together? Yeah, so feel free, go interact, make new friends, wait for the tea. Thank you.